presentation of Fox Sports.
We are the Fourth. We are the land.
It is an absolutely picture-perfect weather night in downtown Cincinnati, and we welcome you to Great American Ballpark. Opening game of this three-game series as Kirk Gibson and the Arizona Diamondbacks come to town to take on the Cincinnati Reds. And hi again, everybody, alongside the Cowboy, Jeff Brantley and Jim Day. I'm Tom Brenneman. Welcome, as always, to Reds baseball here on Fox Sports Ohio. Now, look, we know the Reds are a 500 team right now. We know they are slumping. But if there is a time where you feel like, Cowboy, you can get it back together, the next 20 games are all against teams sub 500 going into play tonight.
Well, you've got to start putting things together offensively, and it's not just one or two guys. It's playing with confidence. And hopefully the pitching will start to come around like we saw all through the first half, and it starts with Homer Bailey tonight. Homer had a very difficult start to this season, as we all know. Last 4 starts, 28 innings, only 16 hits. He's only won one of those ball games, but the thing about it for Homer is he has really started to throw the ball much better. The Reds will really need that tonight.
Take a look at his mound opponent tonight, a young man the Reds have never seen. He's putting together a very solid rookie year, and that's Chase Anderson.
Well, when you look at Chase Anderson, he's a college kid, came out of the University of Oklahoma, throws the ball, not overpowering, but he's got a great changeup. He understands the hem and haw, I guess, of pitching, the little on, the little bit of off. And the thing that you have to look at with Anderson, it's the first time that he's faced the Reds. The Reds have had difficulty facing a pitcher for the first time and trying to get used to that guy, especially early in the ball game.
A lot of injuries to this Diamondbacks team through the season, but one guy who stayed healthy and once again putting up big numbers. He was runner-up for the league MVP a year ago in Paul Goldschmidt.
He is the perfect storm, Tom, if you will. He gets on base. He hits when runners are in scoring position, and he'll drive the ball out of the ballpark when he has to. He's the one guy that has not played down to this team's club right now. He has kept his game intact.
So that's a guy we'll keep an eye on tonight for these Diamondbacks. A big change for the Reds in their lineup tonight. When we return, Jim Day will have the story of Jay Bruce moving on up. That and more right around the corner.
Baseball on Fox Sports Ohio is brought to you by your local Ford dealer. Ford, go further. By Cincinnati USA Regional Tourism Network. Stay close to CincinnatiUSA.com. And by Skyline Chili. Feeling good? It's Skyline time. Is this late July? Check it out. 74 degrees, partly cloudy, no rain seemingly in sight. Gorgeous night for baseball at GABP. I'm Jim Day. Brian Price still searching for offensive answers, as we've seen, not afraid to shake it up. And another lineup shakeup tonight, and one that, again, will surprise some people. Jay Bruce struggling, will hit second tonight. Now, it does a couple things the Reds hope. First of all, Jay Bruce was very honest today, and he said, not only have we been playing as a team subpar, but I've been subpar. There are no excuses. I need to do better. And he says, I need to take advantage of this opportunity to hit in the 2-hole. What the Reds hope is that Billy Hamilton gets on ahead of him. He'll get a bigger doses of fastballs in that second spot with Billy Hamilton on. And if Billy does get on base, the team probably won't be able to employ that huge shift that they put on for Jay Bruce, particularly with Hamilton stealing, because Billy could literally steal second and third in one fell swoop with that big shift. So we'll see how it turns out as the Reds hope to win Game 1 of 3. Diamondbacks and the Redlegs coming up. The rest of the lineups and first pitch are next. Tom Brenneman and the Cowboy on deck.
Transmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Cincinnati Reds.
Crowd rolling into Great American Ballpark on a beautiful night for baseball. Kirk Gibson, former World Series and National League Most Valuable Player, is Diamondbacks 15 games under 500. Their lineup presented by Meyer, Enciarte, Peralta, Goldschmidt at the top, Trumbo, Montero, Prado in the middle, Gregorius, Ahmed, and Anderson, the latter third. It's strike one to Ender Enciarte, and we are underway. Homer Bailey making start number 21, has one complete game shutout. That was against the Giants out west, you may remember, back in June. And the ERA has come down every month so far this year. Had a terrible April, a less than average May, a rock solid June, and three very good starts in the month of July.
And if you remember to last year, Tom, the second half of the season for Homer Bailey was rock solid. Reds really have to have that from all their starting pitchers right now.
And Cincinnati behind 0-2, and that one in the dirt. And Cincinnati getting a chance to play every day. You may remember when the Reds were in Arizona, A.J. Pollock was hit by a pitch. As I recall, it was by Johnny Cueto.
Yes.
And Pollock was their, well, really their second best player up to that point in time in the year, behind their all-star first baseman Paul Goldschmidt. So they brought Cincinnati up after Pollock was injured, who's on the DL. Not much power, only one home run, a .253 batter. And a ground ball right at the second baseman, knocked down by Christopher Negron. And that's the way it starts here in the Arizona opening inning of Game 1. Take a look at the Reds on defense, presented by your Ford dealers. Heisey will get the nod and left. Negron to start at second base. Pena over at first. And Mesoraco hanging the signs for Homer Bailey. Well, now David Peralta, one of the real great stories in all of Major League Baseball this year, checks in at .321. A young man who started his professional career as a pitcher. Had a couple of very serious arm injuries, subsequent surgeries, and went back to his homeland of Venezuela and turned himself into a position player. Diamondbacks signed him out of the Independent League. Played very well for them in High A last year. Was swinging the bat well in Double A this year. And with all their injuries, they thought, why not bring him up? It's been a pretty good move so far. 1-2 on David Peralta.
And when you say turned himself into a position player, that is no easy task. Trying to hit that baseball is a whole lot tougher than throwing it.
Over ahead in the count at 1-2 strikes. And a ground ball handled, was sharply hit. And Pena will have to slide to the bag in front of the hustling Peralta. I think Pena thought by the time Bailey got there, it might be too late.
The ball was hit sharply. And Pena stumbled a little bit. And this is what happens when you're playing out of position. And Lord knows the Reds have quite a few out of position right now. The ball's hit to you, you stumble a little bit, you think you have to hurry, and in fact, all you've got to do is get to the bag.
So 2 up, 2 down, and here comes Paul Goldschmidt. .306 batter, 18 home runs, 67 runs batted in.
Don't let this guy beat you.
He was really the only man that had a chance perhaps to edge out Andrew McCutchen as a National League MVP a year ago. Wound up runner-up, and that one is smoked into center field. A 1-out single by Goldschmidt.
Goldschmidt comes to the plate looking for the ball out over, and he can square it up with the best of them.
The Diamondbacks, by the time the season reached the first week of May, they were a whopping 11 games out of first place. You may remember they began the year playing against the Dodgers over in Australia. That was back on the 22nd and the 23rd of March. They lost both of those games. They came back home to begin the regular season, if you will. Lost 3 out of 4 to the Giants. Lost 2 of 3 to Colorado. And then had an extended losing streak in the middle of April. And their record hit 9-22 by the end of April.
Well, their starting pitching has been horrendous. And that's been the major issue for this Diamondbacks club. They've swung the bats pretty well.
Yes.
But they have pitched, well, they haven't pitched. Let's just put it that way.
Big swing and a miss. Their biggest offseason acquisition, who has been hurt most of this year, is Mark Trumbo. Playing only in his 32nd game, a 193 batter, came over with the Angels, where he'd hit a lot of home runs, but they could never find a position for him defensively, especially after they brought in, Josh Hamilton to play the outfield. That made some other guys move around. They brought in Albert Pujols to play first base, so Trumbo wasn't going to be there. And hard to get any kind of read on what his first year is like as a National Leaguer, because he's only played a month's worth of games.
You trade for Trumbo. you signed Bronson Arroyo, and both of them have spent more time on the disabled list. Believe it or not, Bronson Arroyo on the disabled list. He's got to have Tommy John surgery.
One on and two out. 1-2 on Trumbo. Got it swinging, and that'll end the first inning. Good start for Homer Bailey. A hit a man left. Reds are coming up in the bottom of the first. Take a look at Brian Price's starting lineup. Reds coming in 52 up, 52 down. It's presented by Meyer. Jay Bruce for the first time since May the 1st of 2011, batting in the number 2 hole. Todd Frazier behind him. Mesoraco, Heisey, and Pena in the middle. Negron, Cozart, Bailey the latter third. First career appearance against the Cincinnati Reds for this rookie right-hander, Chase Anderson.
Not going to go deep into the ball game. Throws a lot of pitches, especially early. But he's had 8 starts out of his 11 where he's given up 2 earned runs or less. Now, even if you're pitching 5 or 6 innings and you're not getting deep into the game, for a rookie pitcher, that's some pretty solid performance. Not overpowering at all, but he knows how to throw the changeup, when to throw it, and to locate the fastball.
Like Homer Bailey, he's a native Texan. He went to Ryder High School in Wichita Falls, Texas. Pitched collegiately first at North Central Junior College and attended the University of Oklahoma. He is 26 years old and tonight makes his 12th major league start. Billy Hamilton at 275, 6 home runs, 40 runs batted in. They tuck in on the corners naturally against Hamilton. We say naturally, although the Washington Nationals, they were playing far back on the right side of the infield the entire series. First team that's done that all year long. As Hamilton lifts a fly ball into center field, and that'll be easy for Inciarte. 1 away. The Arizona Diamondbacks defensively. They were the best defensive team in the league last year. They are among the worst this year. Trumbo, Inciarte, and Peralta in the outfield. Prado, Ahmed, Didi Gregorius, a one-time Reds farmhand, over at second base. Goldschmidt at first. Anderson and Miguel Montero the batter.
Only 4 regulars in that lineup from opening day.
Well, now Jay Bruce in that number 2 spot. He comes in a .218 batter. 10 home runs and 42 runs batted in for Bruce. Since the All-Star break, Bruce has 3 hits in 28 at-bats with 1 run batted in. Does not have an extra base hit, nor does he have a home run since the break.
And I think you can talk about it all you want about the shift and not worrying about it. I think it's in Jay's head. You've got 3 infielders on that side. He's hit balls that should have been hits, that have been hits in the past, and they're being caught. And now folks are talking about, why don't you hit the ball the other way? And his question, or his statement was, it's not that easy to hit a ground ball to the left side.
He has gone on 4 pitches in that at bat. And the first 2 retired by Chase Anderson here in the first inning, and that'll bring Todd Frazier to the plate.
You can't hit a ball to the left side of the infield when your front shoulder is going towards the first base bag. No chance, especially on a guy that's running the ball away from you.
Frazier at 281, 20 home runs and 54 runs batted in. That one swung on and fouled out of play. It really is mind-boggling, and certainly we're not telling you anything you don't know, but when you see them in black and white, the numbers for so many of these Reds, by and large, up and down the order. Since the All-Star break, Bruce 3 hits, Cozart 2 hits, Frazier has 6 hits. But that comes out to a 182 batting average with 1 run batted in. The only RBI on that solo home run the final day in the Bronx against the Yankees. Billy Hamilton, a 176 batter. Heisey at 200. Ludwig 3 hits. Mesoraco 4 hits. All of those numbers for all of the Reds players since the All-Star break, where of course they have won only 1 game.
Well, they've only got 1 batter in the lineup that's hitting over 200 since the break, and that would be Brian Pena.
Jam shot roller right there, the shortstop, and that's an easy 1-2-3 inning for Chase Anderson. We're on our way to the second of a scoreless game. $1 million with MLB.com's easy and free game Beat the Streaks. Cool game. You pick players and hope that you can get 57 straight games with a base hit. Break Joe DiMaggio's record. And you could become a millionaire if you do it. Play MLB.com Beat the Streak today. You know, I've been going with lately. And I know I'm really going out on a limb, but every time I pick him, he gets a hit. Miguel Cabrera.
You know, I was going with Cabrera, and then the day I picked him, he didn't play, and I went away from him. I went with Jacoby Ellsbury. Oh, yeah. Dropped my 7-game streak to 0.
Oh, yeah.
So now I'm double down.
All right, so say, for example, you want to play that game. You're going to be locked out of the games that have already started, even if the player you want to pick doesn't have an at-bat yet. It's all based on the game starting. So right now you would have the Yankees in Texas, Colorado and Chicago, Oakland, Houston, Pittsburgh, and the Giants. You pick a player, one player, anybody you want. And if they get a hit, then you have a 1-game streak. That's the way it works. I think you'll enjoy it. And I mean, they give you all the info. what's the matchup of a batter against a pitcher he'll be facing that night? I would highly recommend you find somehow, some way to avoid of what happened to the Cowboy, where you pick a guy and he's not in the lineup. So you try to find out what the lineup is ahead of time before you pick a player.
But if you pick the guy and he's not in the lineup, you don't lose your streak.
Oh, I didn't know that.
No, you don't lose your streak. It's very similar to.
There's a one hopper by Montero. What a way to begin the second inning.
It's very similar to the normal rules that would go for a player in a hitting streak. If it's a sacrifice fly, or if he walks every time, you don't lose your streak. It's only a calculated at bat. But the problem is, I didn't go back to Cabrera. I should have. I went the wrong way. I tell you who else has helped me is Altuve from the Astros.
Oh, yeah. Well, there's a game right there. They're playing later tonight at home against the Oakland A's. Although when the A's play anybody, I don't know if I'd ever pick a hitter on the other team. I don't care who they pitch. It's a #1 pitching team in baseball. 0-1 away to Martin Prado. Now, Colorado, Chicago, that might be a game I'd have my eye on. You know what I mean? I might find a guy or two in that lineup somewhere that I might be thinking about getting a hit.
What do you think about Colorado pitching? Not so good. Even though the Cubs hitting has not been great, Anthony Rizzo and Starlin Castro could swing it a little bit now, especially the former Rizzo.
Prado, a drive into left center field. Hamilton will go get it, and the first two retired by Homer Bailey in the Arizona second inning, and that'll bring up the one-time red leg D.D. Gregorius. So Joe Luckham, our statistician, is filling me in. Now, Anthony Rizzo, he is going against a fella that I got to tell you, I don't know his name. Flande, do you know that name? Flande in the Colorado rotation. I don't know that name.
Oh, the only flan I know is a dessert.
Well, the guy's ERA is 7.20.
I ought to tell you something about it.
I'll tell you another guy that I have chosen on a semi-regular basis this year that has helped me a lot is Adrian Beltre.
You know, I picked him, and he went, I think he was 1 for 5, and the hit came the very last at bat.
He got it, though.
But he got it.
All that matters.
But he got it.
Fly ball to left field. Heisey is there, and Bailey makes quick work of the Diamondbacks in the second. We're still scoreless at Great American Ballpark. Brought to you by Elk & Elk, serious lawyers for serious injuries. Call 1-800-ELK, Ohio. look at the numbers in this series between these two teams all time. The Diamondbacks started playing in 1998, and the Diamondbacks owned the Reds initially. But now it's come the other way. The Cowboys, look at the runs, the batting average, the ERA.
Almost identical.
It's incredible, isn't it?
It's pretty amazing. You don't see those kind of numbers too often with teams playing each other. Either one has an advantage in some area, some way, fashion, or form, whether it's offensively or on the mound.
Devin Mesoraco leads things off for the Reds against Chase Anderson here in the second inning. No score in the game. Mesoraco had the 2-run double in the 9th inning yesterday. So perhaps that could get him going a little bit. And a ground ball foul, 1 ball and 1 strike. Devin 16 home runs, 48 runs, batted in, a .293 hitter. In fact, Mesoraco had hits in each of his last 2 at-bats yesterday. And you may say, well, big deal. Well, you know what? The way things are going right now, that is a big deal.
That's how things get started. It's all about confidence. Look, Tom, you and I have talked about this a million times. You don't get to the big leagues because you don't have talent. All these guys have talent. But what separates you is from the neck up. And when you get that confidence going, things can happen in a hurry.
Well, a good hitter's count now for Mesoraco. He's ahead 3 balls and a strike. Chris Heisey to follow, and then Brian Pena. And that one is in the air. High and deep into left field. Trumbo will watch it go.
You know, Tom, when you're sitting on the schneid and your team is struggling offensively, every at-bat seems like it's the bottom of the ninth in the World Series. But you get a hit, you get a couple of hits, as Mesoraco did last night. You relax a little bit. The hands come through the zone, and boy, did he hammer that ball.
Boy, did he ever. That's up by the Kroger signs up there. This Kroger K sign. The second level of the second deck for Mesoraco is 17th. That's 16 home runs total in a part-time role over each of the last 3 years. Chris Heisey the batter, and he pops it up to the shortstop Ahmed, and that's out number 1. Reds lead 1-0 here in the second inning on a Devin Mesoraco home run.
Adrenaline can be such a great thing. It can help you do things that you normally are not capable of doing. Increases the concentration, but it can also be your worst enemy when things are not going well, especially as a hitter, because you start jumping at the baseball.
Well, now Brian Pena waves through the off-speed pitch. 1 ball and 1 strike, 5 home runs, 20 batted in, a .256 hitter is Brian Pena. Reds beginning play, 6 behind the Brewers. That one laced down the right field line towards the corner, and that'll rattle around, hitting off the wall, and Pena with a 2-base hit.
You can see where the catcher Montero was set. He was set on the outside corner. He reached back towards the batter, and Pena hooks it off the wall down the right field line. A fastball. He missed his location by 3 feet.
Well, now Christopher Negron will bat. Chris has 2 hits in 12 at-bats. Both of his hits, of course, are opposite field home runs. He hit 1 here in his first major league start. That was his first at bat of that start. Then he came off the bench to hit one in Milwaukee over the weekend.
You know, this is a good start against a young pitcher for the Reds. The best thing you can do as an offense is to make that young pitcher question his stuff for that day. If it's a veteran on the mound, he says, okay, I've made a couple of bad pitches. If it's a youngster, he's saying, I just don't have it today. You start going to the ladder, things get rough in a hurry, because confidence, as I said earlier, on the mound is just as important as it is at the plate.
A home run by Mesoraco here in the inning. A one-out double by Pena, who leads at second base. And it's 1-1 on Christopher Negron. Anderson a couple of look back. And now a third, and time is called. Got to wonder where Pena might be going if you're Anderson out there on the mound. Pena 2 of 4 in stolen base attempts. And now Anderson ready. A glance back, a long look, and a pitch. 1-2 on Negron. Negron down to AAA this year, was hitting right around 270 at 15 doubles. Only 3 home runs playing every day. Missed some time with an injury, having played in 75 games with the Louisville Bats. And that one into shallow center field. It's going to fall in a hit. They're going to wave around Pena. Here comes a throw to the plate, and he's out by 20 feet.
Bad decision. Well, you could really see Inciarte. He read the ball perfectly, got a great break coming in on the ball. And with Brian Pena running, sometimes you just got to put on the brakes. And he threw that ball from just outside of the infield. There was no chance for Pena to score there. That would be running into an out.
Reds have had 22 runners this year thrown out at home. And that does not include runners being forced out. And if you're wondering, that is 4 more than the next closest team. So 2 are out in the inning. Reds have 3 hits in the inning. And here's Kozai. Going to second on that throw was Negron. 0-1 to Zach. And now 0-2.
I thought Negron did a pretty good job on that pitch. It was a breaking ball away. Looked like he got fooled, but he was still able to get the good part of the bat into it and flare it into center field.
Two on Zach Kozai. And a fly ball into right field. Peralta underneath it. And that's the inning. The Reds get a home run by Devin Mesoraco and lead at the end of 2, 1-0. reaction. Right now you can tweet your photo using hashtag #OhioFanPhoto, and perhaps we'll show it during an upcoming game right here on Fox Sports Ohio, brought to you by AT&T. Reds 1, the Arizona Diamondbacks nothing. Thanks to that man right there on a 3-1 pitch, blasting one to the second deck, the sun deck right now on this beautiful night for baseball. You and I were talking, Cowboy. It can't get any better than this for a summertime.
Well, especially in the month of July. I mean, we had so much rain earlier this season, and it made for some bad weather nights. But I don't think you could sit at the ballpark in July and ask for a better night to watch a big league game.
But, you know, once the weather turned and the rain did blow out of here, it has been an incredible summer.
It's amazing.
We have had more 75 to 78 degree days this summer than any summer I can ever remember.
It's July.
And it's supposed to be this way all week long in the 70s, if not the high 70s. So if you're thinking about coming down to the ballpark, we got a night game here tomorrow night, and then a day game on Wednesday at 12:35. The weather's supposed to be just like it is right now.
Gorgeous.
Nick Ahmed, the shortstop, at 214, playing only in his 15th game. The pitcher Anderson next, and then Inciarte. Homer Bailey has allowed one base runner, a 2-out single to Paul Goldschmidt in the Diamondbacks' first inning.
There is no doubt Nick Ahmed can pick it at shortstop. He can play the position defensively with anybody. But this is the part of his game. If he's going to stay in the big leagues, he's got to perform.
A ground ball slapped right at his counterpart, who throws him out. And here comes Chase Anderson, 1 for 19 as a batter. The Milwaukee Brewers are opening a series tonight against a red-hot Tampa Bay Rays. Rays had a 9-game winning streak come to an end yesterday. And Milwaukee has just scored a run in the top of the third inning, a 1-0 lead. The Brewers, after beating up on the Reds in Milwaukee, split a 4-game series against the New York Mets, losing the finale yesterday. There's a tapper down to Frazier for the second out of the inning. And a reminder, coming up later on, we'll have our Miller Time moment, brought to you by Miller Lite. So far that moment, the home run by Devin Mesoraco. The Pirates will play later tonight against the slumping Giants. They've lost 4 in a row, including getting swept over the weekend by their rivals on their home field, the Los Angeles Dodgers. I mean, the Dodgers came in and got right after it over the weekend.
I've played in those series many times, and you lose the series, much less get swept. If you're a Giant, that's devastating.
Giants are a game and a half behind now the front-running Dodgers in the National League West. Inciarte looks at a strike. Jake Peavy got the loss in that game yesterday. That was his first start after coming over in the trade from Boston. He was outpitched by Ryu, who goes to 12-5 on the year.
The Giants started Dan Uggla at second base yesterday, and he promptly made an error that led to a couple of runs.
I tell you, nobody's had a better schedule than the St. Louis Cardinals since the All-Star break. They played that first weekend when they took it to the Dodgers, beat them 2 out of 3. Then they were off on Monday. They lost 2 in a row to Tampa Bay. They were off on Thursday. They played over the weekend in Chicago, and now they're off again today. 4 off days since the break, and they will 3 off days since a break if you include today.
Sooner or later, you know that's going to come back to haunt you, especially when it gets to August.
They will open a series tomorrow night out in San Diego. The Padres are now in 3rd place in the National League West. Hey, they have played a lot better as this season has gone on. 2-2 on Ender Inciarte.
Surprisingly, that club has pitched awfully well, and it really started when the Reds were there. Right after sweeping the Giants, they seemed to be getting on a little bit of a roll. Fired their general manager, a lot of shakeups. You start having shakeups at the top, everybody starts thinking about their jobs and starts, all right, well, I better put my best foot forward.
A lot of nibbling around here against Cincinnati. Boy, we saw a lot of that over the weekend, and we talked about it ad nauseum yesterday. And Denard Span, who has 1 home run the entire year, and the Reds walked him 4 consecutive times yesterday. And here you have Inciarte. He was behind in the count at 1-2. Try to get him a chase. Try to get him a chase. 3-2, and you come back with a fastball at 95 to the knees to strike him out. 1-2-3 for Homer. 1-0. Reds in front.
We go to the bottom of the 3rd on Fox Sports Ohio. I'm Jim Day. A couple days ago, we told you about the new exhibit in the Reds Hall of Fame featuring the Rosie Red Fan Club. Well, tonight, they had a very special pregame ceremony on the field where 8 of the 23 presidents gathered tonight. This week marks the 50th anniversary of the longest fan club in Major League Baseball, the Rosie Reds. And I got to tell you, talking to these ladies and one man on the field, they were so tickled that we gave them some publicity and truly appreciative. But right back at you, ladies and gentlemen, we are very appreciative of you.
No doubt about that, Jim Day. And they have earned every bit of publicity that they receive. They are wonderful ladies, and they love their red legs. And they like this 1-0 lead. Homer Bailey leading things off.
Speaking of the Rosie Reds, before we get away from that, they have a luncheon every year out in spring training. And I can remember my wife Ashley and I going to this luncheon, and she still talks about it to this day, how good those people were to her. It was one of her first functions she ever had as a Red. Good folks.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Second strikeout of the game for Chase Anderson, and now he will deal with Billy Hamilton, who hit a fly ball to center field his first time up.
Get it out of the air, baby. Get it out of the air.
One to Hamilton, and it's swung on and missed, 0-2.
For most hitters, you're thinking square up the ball, hit it hard. But for Billy Hamilton, you're thinking top half of the ball, get it on the ground and use my legs.
And a bouncing ball to the shortstop, Ahmed, and he'll throw out Hamilton, 2 away. Well, Wednesday, day after tomorrow, on an all-new Reds Weekly, find out how a GPS device could soon be part of baseball. Catch up with the most famous trio of relievers in Major League history, the Nasty Boys. And find out how you could play fantasy football with your favorite Reds player, all on Reds Weekly Wednesday night. That'll come your way at 6 o'clock. That is a great show. You will enjoy it. That's a promise.
Even on that ground ball on the last down by Billy Hamilton, it was right at the shortstop, Ahmed. A routine ground ball, but still a bang-bang play at first base.
2-0 on Bruce. He struck out swinging his first time up. And that's ball 4. How about that? First ball of the game given up by Anderson.
It appears that they are dead set on just staying down and away from Bruce, knowing that he's going to try to pull the ball regardless of where it's pitched.
Two out, 1 on, and that'll bring up Todd Frazier. He grounded out to the shortstop, Ahmed. His only at bat ending the first inning. The game's only run, a home run by Devin Mesoraco to left field, leading off the second. And a breaking ball is too low. Ball 1 to Todd Frazier. Had a good rip at that fastball and fouls it away. Two balls and a strike on Frazier. Pulled a string on him there at 2-1.
This is the key pitch for Chase Anderson. See that changeup come out? It looks just like the sinking fastball, but it's not quite there yet when you pull the trigger.
Now the 2-2 with Jay Bruce at first. He'll draw a throw. Well, that changeup was ranked as the best in the Diamondbacks farm system, at least by Baseball America last year. Anderson, a 9th round selection. And a 2-2 coming to Todd Frazier. Got him again on another changeup. That's a good pitch. 2 strikeouts in the inning, 3 in the game. Reds lead 1-0. About the current state of the Reds through the eyes of Brian Price. Catch up on all the Bengals and NFL news around training camps and get a preview of the offseason for one of the Blue Jackets division foes. All that brought to you by 1-800-SAFE-AUTO. Drive safe, spend less. You know, you can come over tomorrow afternoon. Not tomorrow, I think they're off tomorrow. But Wednesday, you can come down here to the ballpark. Reds are playing at 12:35, and right after their game is over, are fans allowed to go watch Bengals training camp? I think they are. They start at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. That'd be a good day. David Peralta leads off the Arizona fourth. Reds in front 1-0. And a jam shot roller charging and making the play, Negron. 8 in a row retired by Homer Bailey, and 10 of the first 11.
So do they play like full speed like we do in spring training and training camp, or do they just kind of like helmets and shoulder pads and just kind of run?
All depends
plays?
on the day. They have a lot of new rules now where you can't hit as frequently as you once did in their new collective bargaining agreement. I don't know what the plan is this week. My guess is they're going to be hitting soon because they're playing soon.
Well, you know, you hear this all the time, Tom, that those first few weeks of camp, you're trying to separate the men from the boys, and especially the young players. You want to see what they're made of.
That's right. You want to find out who's a tough guy and who's going to hit somebody.
Yeah, kind of those 3-on-1 drills. Now, I wouldn't mind sitting back for that. Show me the money.
2-0 on Goldschmidt. He has the only Diamondbacks hit. Drilled a single into center field, the first pitch of his first at bat in the first inning. And you can rest assured if he gets something he likes right here and right now, he might be trying to tie this game up. Yep, 3-0 swinging, fouls it away.
There's not too many guys in this Diamondback lineup that will swing 3-0, but you can book this is the #1 guy.
Good on base percentage, good slugging percentage, and he's driving in runs. Goldschmidt knocking on the door of 70 runs batted in. 70. Ground ball to third. Frazier will throw out Goldschmidt. And Homer on top of his game here so far tonight. Well, we invite you to catch Fox Sports Ohio's coverage of the Reds during the entire year, no matter where you may be. With MLB.TV Premium, visit Reds.com for more details. See the sun right there, just above the first base bag. Still a long way to go before fading into that western sky, and it's a perfect night for baseball. Only those in the upper deck and out on the big pilot house deck are still basking in the sun. They got a big crowd out there at the pilot house tonight. Above the batter's eye and straight away center field. Of course, it's built like one of the old riverboats.
It's not a bad spot. You can really see much better than what you think you can just by looking at it. Seems like it's so far off, but you get a great pitcher catcher view.
Two and one to Mark Trumbo.
I would say right now that the book on Mark Trumbo does not like slider. He has missed that breaking ball like he's never seen one here in the first two at bats.
Well, Trumbo is one of those all or nothing guys. I mean, you know, we talked about Adam Dunn here for a long time, but a big difference between Dunn and a guy like Trumbo is Dunn did walk a lot. But I mean, it's home run or strikeout. There's not a lot of hole in between. 3-2 now on Mark Trumbo. Now, he put up some good power numbers during his days with the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim. I mean, he was one of the the big guys in the middle of that lineup.
Yeah, but if you're all or nothing, you better hit me 50 and you better drive in 100 if you're going to hit 230.
3-2 on Mark Trumbo. And a dribbler foul on that slider. Last year he only hit 234. He had 34 bombs and 100 knocked in. Now the 2 years before that, he was right around 254 1 year, 268 2 years ago. But man, the strikeout numbers, they've gone from 120 to 153 to 184 strikeouts. That ball is driven hard the other way, and he's got big time power, and Bruce unable to get it up against the wall. And Trumbo, that is his first extra base hit since coming off the disabled list. That was a good piece of hitting right there.
Slider down and away, and he got the barrel to it. He's a big fella now. He gets the bat to the ball, he can make it move a little bit. And this is a ball that Jay Bruce almost had. I mean, he's in a full dead sprint, jumped a little bit too soon and caught it off the heel of the glove, and you see that ball fall to the ground.
That'll be ruled a double, and now you have one more tough out to get. And this guy is definitely not an easy out in Miguel Montero. 11 home runs, 58 runs batted in. Reds have a 1-0 lead in the fourth. Strike one on Miguel Montero. Montero was named to the National League All-Star team after the injury to the Cardinals' Yadier Molina. Jonathan Lucroy was already named to the team. He started the game, but Montero came in. It was his second career All-Star game appearance. And it's 0-2. Montero was involved in one of the more controversial plays as it pertains to the new rule in baseball about collisions at home plate and the catcher blocking home plate yesterday in Philadelphia, where they had Ryan Howard thrown out, much like the Reds had a runner thrown out at Pena by about 20 feet. But they ruled that Montero was blocking the play before he had the ball. And so they overruled the call and called him safe.
This is not what the spirit of the rule was about.
And I mean, Montero was brutally honest after the game. What am I supposed to do? The throw took me there. I went and got the ball. I have no clue where to go on this kind of play. I'd much rather be run over. It's an awkward rule. But everything, according to replay, he was standing in front of the plate, leaving no window of opportunity or an area where Ryan Howard could slide and get to the plate. It appeared to be the right call, although, again, you talk about common sense. I mean, according to the letter of the law, yeah, it was a right call. Fly ball to right, and this one is up against the wall, and Homer Bailey has given up back-to-back doubles. That one on a 2-strike pitch to Miguel Montero. And it's a 1-1 game.
Well, he had Montero with 2 strikes, threw him a curveball, and he centered it. And both fastballs, he beat him on the fastball. 95 away, 93 in. And then he slowed him down one there, and he hit it right on the screws.
Man, you're cruising along. You fall behind a guy like Trumbo, who came into this series, I mean, couldn't buy a hit. You fall behind him, and he whacks a double. You get ahead of the next guy, and he ties the game with a double. Strike one to Martin Prado. Montero now has more RBIs than any catcher in the National League. He's got 10 more than Devin Mesoraco. Of course, in fairness to Mesoraco, he's been on the disabled list twice this year. But I mean, Montero has more than Mesoraco, more than Lucroy, more than Yadier Molina, you name it.
Left-handed hitting catcher with power. Not too many of those around.
No. 0-2 on Prado. Bailey will try to put him away, and it's low and outside. So a 1-1 game as the Diamondbacks rally with 2 outs and nobody on. Brewers still leading Tampa Bay. That game in the top of the 4th inning down in St. Petersburg. 1-0 Brewers. They're 6 games better than the Reds going into play, and that one's hit off the end of the bat. Negron will throw out Prado, but damage done by the Diamondbacks. Trumbo and Montero with consecutive doubles to tie the game at 1 apiece. Backs pitching. You may remember when the Reds went out and beat Arizona 3 out of 4 at the end of May. That's his old buddy Bronson Arroyo. That night Mesoraco hit 2 home runs, one of them a grand slam. 5th catcher in Reds history with 2 home runs in a game which included a salami. That's our IGS bringing the energy. Mr. Mesoraco. And his numbers against the Diamondbacks in 11 games. Of course, you could really say in 2 games. 3 home runs. 1 tonight in that game we just showed you back on May the 30th. Crowd reacting, if you're wondering, they had a little baby. I mean, a beautiful little baby girl. Had a little bow in her hair, all of her Reds garb on. They put her on the Jumbotron.
She's a little camera shot.
And I want to tell you what, she broke into one of the most severe cries you will ever see. And the crowd got a big kick out of that. Woo. 1-0 the count on Devin Mesoraco. Mesoraco, that home run of the 2nd deck. He got ahead in the count 3-1 against Chase Anderson. And that's the count here. So a 1-1 game as the Reds bat here in the bottom half of the 4th inning. First game of 3. And straight up in the air. Over near the Reds dugout. Is that baby coming back to the field of play? No, just beyond the reach of Paul Goldschmidt. Boy, it's funny how those balls do that, isn't it? They start off maybe 3-4 rows headed out of play, and then they come back with that spin. More times than not, giving the defender enough room.
Looks like it's going to be about 10 rows into the seats. But you're right, as the ball comes off the bat, that spin brings it back.
And Mesoraco takes a walk to begin the 4th inning. If you want the latest information on what's happening with the Reds right at your very fingertips, and follow Reds reporter Kevin Goheen from FoxSportsOhio.com on Twitter at FSOhio_K Goheen, GOHEEN, for the latest news and stories on the Redlegs. Now Chris Heisey, breaking ball in there, strike. Heisey popped up to Ahmed, the shortstop, is only at bat.
Starts him off with just a get me over curveball, and then he goes to his money pitch, that hard sinker inside. Slow him down, speed him up.
Oh, and 2. Came right back on that inside corner with a fastball, and it's strike 3 called. 4 strikeouts tonight for Anderson. 1 out in the inning.
Fastball right on the inside corner, right where Miguel Montero set up.
Brian Pena doubled down the right field line in the 2nd inning, was thrown out at home, and thrown out easily at home on a shallow single in the center by Christopher Negron back in the 2nd inning. To Brian Pena. Pena, by the time this weekend comes around, will have as many at-bats this year as he had all of last year with the Detroit Tigers. He played in 71 games. He's already played in more games. Tonight is 74. He had 229 at-bats. This is his 221st at-bats, and he already has more home runs and more RBIs than last year. Sinking liner. And that is caught, and that will be a double play at first base, which will end the inning.
Great play by Peralta as he backhand dives. I think Mesoraco thought that was a sure base hit. He was standing at 3rd.
We play 4 at Great American Ballpark. The Reds and the Diamondbacks are tied at 1. To you by JTM Food Group. Let's create great dishes together. By Toyota for over 30 Toyota offers. Visit buyatoyota.com. And go for the Save on Wing Tuesdays at B-Dubs. Buffalo Wild Wings, wings, beer, sports. Friends at Fox Sports Ohio would love to acknowledge a married couple and lifelong Reds fans celebrating birthdays. Richard and Verna May Rhodes, originally from Centerville, but now watch every game down in Clearwater, Florida. Now they're married.
And they got the same birthday?
He turned 99 years old yesterday. She turns 95 years old this Wednesday, and they will be celebrating this year their 74th wedding anniversary. That is absolutely wonderful. Richard and Verna May Rhodes. That one popped up to the left side. First out here in the top of the 5th inning. How about that?
99 and 95. He went in there and robbed the cradle then.
Yes, he did. She was 21. I mean, can you imagine? 74 years and both still going. Now, those are some genes and some clean living, or some good living.
You got that right.
Man, Centerville, that's a beautiful area up there, just south of Dayton, going up 75. And now down at Clearwater. One away in the inning. And a bouncer may have hit the lip between the grass and the dirt. Frazier looking down to the ground. I think he was fooled by what happened on that ball. Yep, looked like it did hit that edge. You saw, rather than take the big hop, it just flattened out. So that'll be scored a base hit. And now the pitcher Anderson, who has 3 sacrifices on the year, takes up and away, ball 1.
As a pitcher here on the mound, get the out. You've already got 1 in the inning. Leadoff batter coming to the plate. You've already gotten him out twice. Make the guy bunt it and get the out.
That's a real nice bunt right there by Anderson. Came out of the strike zone and put it down perfectly to advance a runner with a sacrifice.
It's like Pena bobbled that ball for a minute. He came up without it, and he had to hand grenade throw it on to Negron covering first base.
So now the go-ahead run in scoring position. And it's Inciarte, the batter. He is grounded out to second and struck out looking. In the air, left field. Heisey will make the play, and that'll end the inning. We're tied at 1.
lead off for Cincinnati. He's got 2 home runs and a very fast home run trot. I asked him where it came from.
It all started when I signed back in '06 when I got drafted, and I'm pretty sure I hit a ball in the gap, and I thought it was going to be a double, maybe a triple, and just carry it over the fence. And I just said, you know what, I'm just going to keep sprinting the entire way, just in case, you know. So from there on out, I don't hit too many no-doubters, so anytime it's going to be near the fence, I just keep sprinting, and it just evolved from there to doing it every time.
And in case you're wondering, he says he's not doing it to show anyone up. As he said, he does not hit the ones that are no-doubters. And look at him go around the base. In fact, we had a clock on his last time in Milwaukee. Adam Rosales is probably the only guy that we've seen a faster home run trot. But this is amongst the fastest you will ever see, clocking at 16.1 seconds. That's getting it, boys.
Bunted by Negron, and the throw is in time. That's a good play by Chase Anderson. Negron had singled his first time up and tried to drop down a bunt for a hit right there.
Not a bad bunt, but like you said, Tom, pretty good job by Anderson getting to the ball. Looked like he got caught in his glove for a moment, but he was still able to make a perfect throw to Goldschmidt over at first base. Key on fielding that bunt play: calm, cool, collected.
One hand out to Zach Kozart, and it's in there, a strike. Kozart had a chance to drive in a go-ahead run with 2 outs, and they grown at second base in the second inning. He had a fly ball to the right fielder Peralta, and this one's in the air to the left fielder, and that's easy for Trumbo. Reds have 3 hits. All of them came in the second inning. We invite you to get ready for Reds action 30 minutes before the start of every game. We call it Reds Live, presented by Ray St. Clair Roofing, right here on Fox Sports Ohio. I mean, you've got the entire fleet of stars. You've got Jim Day, Jeff Piecoro, Brian Giesenslaw, Jeff Brantley, Chris Welsh. I mean, it is a who's who of broadcasting in Major League Baseball.
What about you and your dad?
Well, we're not on that show. I'm saying, but you guys are there every day, and it is a big league show. I just sit back and watch it.
I think we need to get you and your dad on there.
Well,
little father-son.
They might make me be on. That's not happening down the hall.
I'll talk to him about it.
Which, by the way, my dad is celebrating a birthday today. And, Dad, I wish you a very happy birthday, as I'm sure many in Reds country do. 70-something. Happy birthday. Ohio fan photo. Tonight's fan photo of the game is brought to you by AT&T. Brittany, thank you very, very much. That's a nice looking picture at the old ballpark. I'd like to remind you the Reds and Buffalo Wild Wings have teamed up to bring fans Wild Wednesdays. You can get a ticket and a B-Dubs food voucher for every Wednesday home game for as low as $19.50. This Wednesday, that applies. The Reds and the Diamondbacks, 12:35 game. For more information, there are restrictions, by the way. Log on to Reds.com/wild. Two, 3, and 4 in the batting order. That's the way it started against Homer Bailey in the 4th inning when he had a 1-0 lead. He retired the first two batters, Peralta and Goldschmidt, before allowing a double to Trumbo and a game-tying base hit by Montero. 1-1, top of the 6th inning. Bailey has only allowed 4 hits. And he starts Peralta, who's 0 for 2, hit the ball very hard up the first base line. A play made by Pena in the 1st inning. And then grounded out to Negron in the 4th. And a fastball is high, and Peralta had 2 balls and no strikes. And now 3-0 to begin the inning.
When Homer's had issues, this has usually been the time. The 3rd time through the lineup, right around that 5th, 6th, 7th inning. And a lot of it is not lack of stuff, it's command.
3-0 pitch, and a rookie Peralta takes a swing, hits it hard, but right at the first baseman Pena. And that's one where you probably say thank you very much.
Amen, brother.
In a 1-1 game, when you've got one of the most dangerous hitters in all of baseball coming up behind you, who's an extra base hitting machine. I mean, Goldschmidt's next double is already going to be his 40th double of the year. Man.
Very surprising. Even though he hit the ball hard, still very surprising.
Well, Kirk Gibson's down there. Or no, not Kirk Gibson. Alan Trammell. Boy, what a player he was. Man, oh man.
You can see Peralta shrugging his shoulders as if to say, well, it was a strike. I like the pitch.
Count of 0-2 on Paul Goldschmidt. 1 out, nobody on. We're in the top of the 6th inning. Got one of my buddies from our neighborhood here, little Ben McGlory.
How we doing, Ben?
It's his first Reds game tonight.
Sweet.
How about that? Well, he's having a ball. There's a swing and a miss.
What you got there, partner?
They're giving away something. I don't know if he got it. Maybe his mom bought it now. But his mom and dad, Kevin and Stacy, they're real good friends of ours. And Ben is having a ball tonight.
Split-fingered fastball. Right over the top of it. It's a pretty good batter with that pitch.
So 2 away, and now Trumbo. He had that double off the right center field wall, just off the edge of the glove of Jay Bruce out in right center field, and scored when Montero behind him singled into right. Homer Bailey is fanned 3 in a game, 2 down, nobody on in the 6th inning. And there's strike 2 to get ahead. Of course, the last time we brought up, he fell behind Trumbo. And Trumbo made him pay, driving that ball into right center. But now he's got Trumbo around the neck, trying to put him away. That ball in the air to right center field, and that'll end the inning. 1, 2, 3. Good inning for Homer Bailey. Top of the order coming up in a 1-1 game. August the 9th. It's a big night. That's a Reds Hall of Fame induction night. If you arrive early, we'll have a special pregame ceremony honoring the Reds Hall of Fame class of 2014. Ken Griffey Jr., Dave Parker, Ron Oster, and the late Jake Beckley. All fans in attendance receive a free commemorative print thanks to Procter & Gamble and Kroger. Call 513-381-REDS. That is always a spectacular weekend. All right, this is a big inning for the Reds. It's 1-1.
Third time through the lineup. The Reds have a pretty good idea about the young right-hander Chase Anderson, and this is where Anderson usually runs into trouble.
Billy Hamilton 0 for 2, flied out to center and then grounded out to the shortstop. Hamilton only had one hit over the weekend against the Nationals. That was in the first game of the series, so he's looking for his first hit since Friday night. There's the numbers you were talking about, Cowboy, that back it up.
Third time through, you got to use another pitch.
That one popped up in foul ground and out of play.
At least that would be conventional thinking. If you've got your top two pitches working early in the game, stay right on with them.
Two and two on Billy. Nowhere near the strike zone.
Change
one out.
Way outside.
Well, if a Red hits a home run off the Toyota sign in right center during our game tonight, Joe Moore from up in Mason would win that Tundra on display each and every night here at Great American Ballpark. Register for your chance to win at an upcoming game to stop by your Cincinnati or Northern Kentucky Toyota dealer. We thank our producer Josh Hall tonight, as always, our director Uncle Roy Alfers, and our entire crew. Lauren White and Matt Sigafus travel with us all year long. We have our regular band of thieves up here in the booth. Joel Luckup, our statistician, Jesse Jackson and Jim Strickle, along with Dickie Moss. One out. And Bruce pulls one down the right field line towards the corner, and that is a foul ball. Get that ball off the end of the bat. There really wasn't much behind it. So far out in front of him.
Changeup had him fooled on the speed, but Jay's still able to get some semblance of the bat to the baseball.
Two out of the inning. Back-to-back strikeouts for Anderson. That is 6 strikeouts for Chase Anderson, a guy who in 101 innings this year has struck out 52 batters, and he is averaging a strikeout per inning here tonight. Ball one to Todd Frazier.
What's amazing for Anderson, normally by this point in the ball game, he's at 95, 100 pitches and out of the game. Not tonight. That is only his 75th pitch of the game.
One and two on Todd Frazier, and he strikes out the side swinging. Does Anderson. 1-1, we go to the 7th. Arizona comes to bat against Homer Bailey here in the top of the 7th inning, and look who's here. I mean, and I'm not talking about Homer Bailey. I'm talking about the Hall of Famer, greatest catcher in baseball history. We just showed you his number, retired here a moment ago. Does it ever hit you, Johnny Bench, as many times as you come back into town and the different things you got going on here in town, that when you look up and you see that number, it still kind of hits you?
You know, I have trouble remembering. You know, and I'm not just saying because of that, but it's sometimes when people start talking, I said, that really happen? You know, I mean, it's 31 years. It's been unbelievable. You know, and then I just came from the Hall of Fame, which was an unbelievable weekend. It really is. It's amazing, you know.
Do you walk by the statue? And I don't ask you that to try to get an ego trip out of it, but because of when you come back into town, do you like to go? Do you go back out there and have a look at it?
Yeah.
Good for you. You should.
You should enjoy it.
Well, it is right. I mean, you know, let's face it. I mean, how many people in the world could have this happen to them? It's one of my finest moments ever that I've ever had a chance of, you know, of this happening. And I get texts from people all over the country that come and stand by the statue. I mean, it is pretty amazing, and it's a wonderful thing that the Reds have done. And I'm really honored. But, I mean, it's cool, man.
It is cool.
It's cool. I walk by it all the time. I walk by that one, and whether it's the one of Joe Nuxhall out there, or the most recent, of course,
Lombardi. I mean,
Joe Morgan, and moved to tears last year, as you were too, when you unveiled that thing. It's just incredible. It's there forever.
It is, yeah. As Sparky said, it's a great place for the pigeons to enjoy themselves.
How you doing?
I'm doing great. The kids are wonderful. You know, they're in tennis camp. We play baseball. I coached last year, and I got to tell you, I yell way too much. Yeah. You know, when you walk out and tell the kid, why don't you put the glove on your foot? You got a better chance that way. And you get the outfield. You would think a bad hop would hit him and stop the ball, but I'm just enjoying life. It is wonderful.
Runner going on a hit and run, and Prado fouls it out of play. You get a chance to watch much baseball?
All the time, yeah. I'm still watching. I got my MLB. I got my MLB. I'm watching it, and I'm just cringe and cringe and cringe. I mean, it's hard to watch.
Now, you know, Cowboy, remember the conversation you and I had about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago? I don't know if you saw the article, but obviously you did the interview for the article. When it was an article about Devin Mesoraco and his progress this year as a Red. And Cowboy, you brought up this topic 3 or 4 times over and over. He said, I can't believe what Johnny Bench said. Remember the other day?
Oh, yeah.
And talking about is there's a dribbler back to Bailey. He'll have to go for the out at first. So the go-ahead run advances on to second with 1 out here in the Diamondbacks 7th inning. But when you ripped off, you know, in priority catcher, got to be a great receiver, game caller, you know, all those kinds of things. And number one priority to the guy on the mound and doing your job behind the plate, and then offense. But that from a guy like you, I mean, you won all the Gold Gloves, and everybody considered you to be the greatest defensive catcher at all time. But let's face it, you probably got a lot more pub for your offense than even your great work behind the plate.
Well, you would never have known me. I mean, you know, people say, where are all the great catchers? They're still around. I mean, there's only 13 catchers in the Hall of Fame. So that's one every decade. And until you bat fourth and drive in 100 runs or lead the league in home runs, nobody really is talking about you. So the idea is that number one priority is getting that guy a win. Number two, you can have the other three ways is you throw runners out, you block home plate, and then you get hits. But if you can get a guy who does not have his best stuff and you can get him through the game, that is the sole purpose of what I'm trying to achieve.
See, you just hit the nail on the head for every young catcher out there in America, whether they're 10 years old or whether they're 32 years old. That's your number one job, and it's coming from a guy that hit the ball as good as anybody could have ever hit it behind the plate.
Well, you know the thing, Cowboy, you've got to have a guy out there on the mound that has a clue that you're trying to work with him.
And he trusts you.
Some of these guys are just out there and they got their own pitching schedule and their scouting report. I mean, guys would come in after the game and said, man, he didn't have his stuff tonight. He walked 4. And I said, I walked 3. Because if I can't get that guy out, I get the guy in the on-deck circle out. I may walk 2 guys to get to the guy in the dugout. The only purpose is to get out of the inning. So don't be telling me we left men on base. That's fine. We might leave 15 men on base, but I'll guarantee you they were all. That's not good.
That's not good. That's a big base hit, but they're going to hold the runner at third base. Not going to take the chance with Montero. With 1 out in the inning as Gregorius bangs one into center field, but now you're bringing up the number 8 hitter in Ahmed.
How about this year? How about the year with that boy out there, that young man out in center field?
You like him, don't you?
I love him, and I love him even more because, first of all, he talked about everything that why he couldn't play. Then they want to say he can't be a center fielder because he's a shortstop and he doesn't have any experience. He's done everything you can ask. He's stolen bases. His average could be a little better. Home base percentage could be a little better. But hey, you're talking about a first-year guy that goes and gets them. I mean, there's not a lot of guys better that I've seen. I mean, I see him all the time.
He has no fear of the wall, and the thing that amazes me, Johnny, and you can speak to this, is his adjustments as pitchers adjust to him, and then he'll adjust back, and he starts to make progress again. And that's part of being successful in the big leagues, wherever you're playing.
If you don't see a pitcher, and you got to go out there, you know, I mean, sometimes you go through a period where you brought in onto a pitching staff, you haven't seen one of their pitchers. Yeah. I don't care what you have to do. I mean, if you don't make those adjustments, what you're talking about, and he'll go up there the first time and maybe not have the swings, and then he'll go out there and somehow he's like Morgan was the greatest I've ever seen. He'd write notes down all the time. He made adjustments. And that's what you have to do on every pitcher, on everything. Here's a squeeze.
All right, now walk me through. We got a pitcher and a catcher sitting in here right now. All right, you guys are battery mates. Let's do this right now. You got the number 8 hitter, young player, just getting his feet wet in the major leagues. Go ahead, run at third. You got a runner at first, 1 out in the inning. You're ahead, strike 1. What are you thinking here now,
I'm striking him out. I'm going hard at him. Everything else, I'm trying to get a pitch right now that's out of the zone or right near the zone where I can get the ground ball or the pop-up. I mean, I'm trying. I know what he's got. Okay. I'm going to, and I don't know that I have to go out there. There's certain pitchers you had to go out there and tell them what you needed them to do. There's other guys they were convinced that you knew what you were doing. So here I am trying to set up to make that running fastball in on the hands, to get the ground ball, perfect situation and everything else. But you have to match up. Everything is a matchup. Now you got a kid out there that can throw a lot of different pitches. What are you going to do with him?
Well,
what are you going to throw?
When you said go for the strikeout, that doesn't mean that you necessarily are going to strike the guy out on the first pitch, but that's your mentality. So you make a quality pitch on every pitch with the runner at third base.
Well, first of all, you just talked about him being a new kid, so he's aggressive. So you can get him to chase a pitch that's sort of in that zone, down in the zone, and it might be just enough for him to chase to get himself out.
Use that adrenaline that he's got wanting to be a
Sorry about that, folks. I'll hit the right cough button on the color.
All right, now you're ahead 0-2.
Yeah, forget about that 0-2 count, okay?
All right.
I've never heard so many words. The worst thing in the world is saying an 0-2 pitch. You make a good follow pitch. You elevate the ball up in there.
Go
try
get
to jam him right in there. bust him wide open in the hands. Just get him so tight he can't do anything. Or you better have a pretty good breaking ball. We're not going to pitch out here, are we?
We did.
Well, they tried to squeeze on the first pitch of the at bat. It was fouled away. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Yeah, but you throw a fastball 9 feet high. How can you get on top of a pitch that's up and around your eyes? Only thing you might do is chase
especially with 2 strikes. He's just seeing ball and swinging. He's not hitting 214 for nothing.
1 and 2 with runners on the corners. They set up in, and there's that ground ball. They go to second for 1. They turn the double play to get out of the inning.
That's money right there.
Well, Bench and Brantley were never battery mates, but they weren't bad right there. All right, now can you hang around? We want to ask you about Mesoraco a little bit.
Absolutely, I'd love to talk about the kid.
Okay. Devin Mesoraco to begin things in the Reds' bottom of the 7th inning in a 1-1 game. Mesoraco accounted for the long run. This is our Nissan drive of the game into the upper part of the second deck in left field on a 3-1 pitch in the second inning. And who better to talk about Devin Mesoraco than the gold standard of catching in the history of baseball, the Reds Hall of Famer, Johnny Bench. You've been asked about Devin a lot this year.
Well, I spent a lot of time in spring training when he was a young kid and down in the minor leagues, and we talked about hitting. And that's the one thing that I'm really proud of. He's doing everything I wanted him to do. You know, he's following the ball from the bottom. He's not looking up here where the release point is. So if I'm standing here and I hit you in the face like that, you can't do anything about it. But if I draw back, all of a sudden the brain starts to coordinate. Now see, they've got to bust him in. Last time they went to the breaking balls and off-speed pitches away to try to get it. They busted him in the first time up. Then he was patient enough. As long as he doesn't think that he has to hit, 3-run homers when the bases are empty, he's got a quick as bat. All we talk about is hitting the ball with your name. I shouldn't say that out loud because that's my trade secret. But I want him to follow the ball. We did a study with the University of Cincinnati baseball team with the neurovisual stuff. We raised their average 35 points while the rest of the league went down 34.
Really?
You have 0.410 seconds from the time the ball leaves the pitcher's hand until it crosses home plate. You have 0.17 seconds to react to it, to make the decision to hit the ball. So if your brain is starting to do it and the eyes are starting to do it, and I'm standing here like this as he's starting to get the ball unloaded, now I've got time to do whatever I want.
Visual imaging.
If you don't close your hip, I always watch the front knee. If the front knee goes forward, he's an out. Good pitching right there. See, there's a ball they elevated, and he's trying to win the ball game right here. And he chases the fastball up. Unfortunately, when you don't have an offense going, this kid's got pretty good stuff here. runs the ball well. I mean, that's just an ideal location.
You know, Johnny, you and I talked about this last year, and I made the comment, they've got to make a decision, either Hannigan or Mesoraco. They've got to pick one or the other, because this platoon thing is brutal for both of them. And then you made the comment, you know, down the line, I see Mesoraco hitting in the middle of the lineup, maybe a number 4 hole hitter.
Absolutely.
And lo and behold,
I never did understand that couple. I mean, Hannigan was a liability at the plate. They thought he called a good game. He went down and got hurt. And if you looked at the record while Mesoraco was catching the other pitchers, they were far above what they were doing normally. The kid deserved the chance, and they just kept hanging on to it. And he's picked it up now. I mean, he really has. He's showing what he can do, and I'm really happy for him. And I just hope we can get healthy again, and maybe, you know, before too long, but that may be a little longer than we all hope.
And you know as well as I do, in order to be a good game caller, you got to be behind the plate. You've got to become accustomed to the pitchers that are on the mound. You've got to work with them. You've got to be around them. It doesn't happen overnight.
Well, I told him from the beginning, spring training, here's a foul ball back near us. I told him very beginning that he had to go in the bullpen and catch every pitcher. You have to learn how their brain works. You have to learn to get along, encourage them, make them believe in you, and bring out their best. There's 3 types of pitchers. There's ones you introduce yourself to every night because they don't know what park they're in and what city they're in. Then there's the guy that has mechanics. They don't stay back. I got him down on the handle a little bit. And there's the guy that mechanically he rushes. He doesn't get his arm up. He doesn't get the ball out early enough. So sometimes I would go out and just clean off put dirt around the box.
Slow him down a little bit.
That's all. And then there's a guy like certain Paul Moskow or some of the guys, you had to go out there and just make them focus. And then there was guys like, Clay Carroll. Clay Carroll in Atlanta was the worst reliever in history. And he came up here and we made him believe. We gave him the confidence to do it. He broke more bats, became one of the top relievers, and you've got to instill confidence in these guys.
You know, that's the one thing when people ask me about you, and I tell the story every time they ask me about your name. The thing that has always captivated me more than anything else is when you get together with those pitchers. I mean, here you are, Johnny Bench, this is star among stars, but your pitchers, I mean, these guys think you're the greatest thing that ever happened to them in the world, and it probably was.
Well, they were the sole purpose of me being out there.
Great seeing you, man.
Hey, appreciate it.
You look good.
Get some runs. Holy cow.
The Hall of Famer Johnny Bench kind enough to join us. Boy, it's great having him in town. 1-1 game. We go to the 8th. As it's been for the Reds seemingly every night, low scoring affairs. Mesoraco the home run in the second, a 1-0 game. In the same inning, the Reds had a double by Pena, then this single by Negron, and waved around was Pena, and he was out by a long stretch. Reds would not score in the inning. The Diamondbacks tied it. Trumbo a drive to right center field with 2 outs in the 4th inning, just off the heel of the glove, and then Miguel Montero ripped one into right field and played as a long single off the wall. 1-1 our score. Top of the 8th inning. 1 run, 5 hits for the Diamondbacks, 4 left on base. Homer Bailey's thrown 85 pitches in the game. He's still in there. 1 run, 3 hits for the Reds. And they have not had a hit since the single by Negron when Pena was thrown out of the plate in the 2nd inning.
Chase Anderson is done for the night. Jordan Pacheco, the former Colorado Rocky, will stand in. It's as good a ball game as Chase Anderson has pitched this year.
So this guy looks like he has a chance to be a pretty decent pitcher. There's a liner caught by Negron, 1 away. I mean, he's having a good rookie year now. Only 11 starts and he gets 6 wins and an ERA. Well, after tonight, that ERA's got to be down around what, 3.20?
The key for him tonight was strike throwing. Not only with the fastball, but the changeup. He's got an awfully good changeup. We saw quite a few swing and misses with the changeup. You throw strikes with your fastball, every hitter has to respect it.
One away in the inning, and now it's Ender Enciarte, the leadoff hitter.
It's kind of a tongue twister, is it not?
It is.
Say that 3 times.
That's why I only said it 1 time. Ender Enciarte. It's not bad. It kind of rolls. It's not as bad as some others.
Yeah, but you got that Spanish pronunciation down.
Oh, there's no doubt about it.
My voice doesn't move that fast.
There's a pop up into short left, and Cozart out to get it. And Bailey's retired the first 2 here in the Arizona 8th inning. Well, Peralta coming up. He hit a rocket his first time up, and this will be our John Morrell hot dog play of the game. Pretty nifty footwork here once he got his balance about him, and Pena sliding to the bag in time. That was back in the opening inning, 2nd batter of the game.
That is one of many plays that we have seen Brian Pena make over at first base. Catcher by trade. He must be playing some first base by night somewhere, because he's been awfully good.
Two and 0 on Peralta. Foul out of play. You may remember he swung 3-0 his last time up, and hit a ground ball at Pena for a 2nd time.
This guy's got a pretty good swing for being a former pitcher.
And he didn't like that call at all.
He thought that was down, but that's a borderline pitch right at the bottom of the kneecaps. Just did catch the bottom of the zone.
The Reds have Jonathan Broxton up and throwing in their bullpen. We are in the top of the 8th inning, 2 down and nobody on. And a 3rd time a bouncer down to Pena, who keeps it in front of him. And Bailey with a 1-2-3-8. His spot due up 3rd in the bottom of the inning in this 1-1 game. ballpark on August 6th and the 7th. On Wednesday the 6th, the first 25,000 fans receive a Jay Bruce bobblehead presented by the Ohio Lottery. For tickets, call 513-381-REDS. The Reds and the Tribe. That'll be back-to-back 2-game series. On the Reds' upcoming trip, they'll play on that Monday and Tuesday nights in Cleveland. And then Wednesday and Thursday here. Brad Ziegler, his 54th appearance, tied for most in Major League Baseball. In fact, he's thrown more games than any pitcher in each of the last 2 years in the National League.
Submariner.
This would be the 3rd year in a row that he's going to be among the league leaders, if not the league leader. And overall, the last 3 seasons, he's pitched in more games than anybody else. And on the first pitch, Negron shoots one into right field, and that's the way we begin the bottom of the 8th inning. Now, Ziegler, on the just completed series a little less than a week ago, last home series for the Diamondbacks, he got hit with a line drive right in the chest off the bat of J.D. Martinez. And for those with the Diamondbacks that were there, they said you cannot believe how hard the ball was hit. And hit him right smack dab in the chest, right around the rib cage area. And yet, he hadn't skipped a beat. He's a lucky man.
No doubt about it. We all fear for that. And, well, I shouldn't say fear. You know it could happen. You just don't think it's ever going to happen to you.
Anderson goes 7 innings, 3 hits, 1 run, punches out 8. That's matches a major league high. He struck out 8 in 2 other starts, 1 against Miami and 8 against the Atlanta Braves. He walked 2. See if Cozart is asked to bunt. He was shortened up on the first pitch and lays it down perfectly. That'll advance a runner.
The best way to hit a guy that comes down sidearm or submarine style, as Ziegler does, is just as Negron did. Shoot the ball the other way. If you try to pull the ball more times than not, you're going to swing over the top of it. You're either going to beat it into the ground or you're just going to flat out miss it.
Well, now my question, Cowboy, is you have Schumacher batting for Homer Bailey. Can you run against Ziegler with all that movement going on? You have a left-handed batter right now, and more than likely you're not going to see Negron try it. Well, it takes a long time, though, for Ziegler to get that ball to the plate.
He gets his knee up quickly, but for a guy that's a submariner, he's got a long arm path. It's not coming over the top. It's tough to quick pitch when you're throwing from down there. It's all in that stopwatch over in the first base dugout.
2-0, foul away by Schumacher. 2 balls and a strike.
And I think once you're at second base in this situation, especially after bunting Cozart, you're putting your trust in the guy that's standing at home plate to get the base hit and get him around.
Two and 1 to Schumacher. 77 miles per hour there, and had him way out in front.
That is devastating that you can throw that pitch from down there. The changeup down low. It's more difficult to pick it up from down there than it is from up top.
Go ahead, run at second here in the bottom of the 8th inning. 2 away.
And here's tonight's Mazda pitch by pitch. Doesn't come out real good for the Reds. Starts him with the sinking fastball away. Comes back with it and still misses. Gets one to foul it off, and then the changeup. And he had Schumacher well out in front. Came back with it again. It was underneath the strike zone. But again, that submarine changeup, very difficult to pick up the speed.
All right, now it's up to Billy Hamilton if the Reds are going to get this tie-breaking run home. It's 1-1 in the 8th. A quiet night again for Hamilton. He's flying to center, grounded to short, and struck out swinging. He has been good with runners in scoring position on the year, however, a .313 batter. Negron getting that lead out there at second base, and a 1-0. And a bouncer to the third baseman. Boy. We go to the 9th, tied at 1. Visit your Tri-State Chevy dealer today. And by Cincinnati Children's Hospital, who ranks 3rd in the country on the U.S. News and World Report's 2014 Best Children's Hospitals in America. Post-game following this one, Jim Day hoping to be celebrating with all his closest friends in the Fox Sports Ohio condominium. On Reds Live, brought to you by Performance Kings Honda. A 1-1 game, top of the 9th, and Aroldis Chapman takes over on the mound for the Redlegs.
No save in this one. Not when you're tied at home. And all Brian Price is doing now is trying to extend the ball game, continue to put zeros on the board, and hope somehow, some way, this Reds offense can strike gold.
Well, it's going to be the Reds' best out of their pen against the Diamondbacks' best every day. Chapman against Paul Goldschmidt to begin the 9th inning. Chapman came on to nail down the save behind Johnny Cueto. Here on Saturday afternoon. And in the process, that streak for Aroldis Chapman of consecutive appearances by a reliever with a strikeout extended to 43 consecutive games, a major league record. So here we go. Watch out on the first pitch. Figured he'd be coming out of his shoes in the strike zone. 101 is ball one.
Well, Homer Bailey deserved a little bit better than what he got tonight.
Yep.
8 innings of 1-run ball.
I mean, Goldschmidt is going to take a hack.
There ain't no doubt about that.
And he is looking fastball all the way. 101 goes to 102. And Chapman ahead at 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Goldschmidt is definitely not seeing that ball at all out of the hand of Aroldis Chapman. Those last 2 swings, not very good for Paul Goldschmidt, and that's not something that you can say very much about the swing of Goldschmidt.
He has had good success against Aroldis Chapman. He has faced him 4 times, and he has 2 base hits.
Much better swing there. But you can see with Goldschmidt, he's not trying to swing harder. He's just trying to be quicker.
He's even choking up on that bat a little bit.
You swing harder, you get long.
Is that clocked at 104 miles per hour? It was.
I think you're correct. According to the escort radar gun out there in left center field, Smokey Joe. 104. That might be the hardest we've seen him throw this year.
Now he's thrown all fastballs in this at bat. And Chapman, his last couple of appearances, has done a lot of this. Thrown a lot more fastballs of late. At that time, I don't know, a short hop, so it almost looked like speed-wise, that could be his slider or his changeup.
That was a slider there. And I think as much as anything, if you're Aroldis Chapman, you don't want to spin a breaking ball up there to this kind of hitter. So you hold on to it a little bit extra. Ball's down in the dirt.
2-2. Good slider there. Down and in on him, but hey, Goldschmidt hanging in there. Took ball 1. He swung and missed badly at a couple. Fouled one off to the first base side. Took a pitch. Now dribbles 1 foul. And you see choking up even a little more now on that bat.
Way up on the bat, and you don't ever see this from Goldschmidt. When the ball's coming in there 104, you got to figure out something.
8th pitch of this at bat for Goldschmidt. Struck him out on a fastball at 103 miles per hour. So that extends the record for Chapman now to 44 straight games with a strikeout.
And that is tonight's flamethrower, brought to you by Cholula Hot Sauce. And I'm telling you what, folks, this fits the bill. Smoke it.
Triple digits.
Yes, sir.
Knocking on the door of a year since Chapman last appeared in a game and did not strike out a batter. 1 away in the inning. And now Trumbo, 1 of 3, doubled and scored the only Diamondbacks run in the 4th inning. That looked like a first pitch changeup.
Exactly.
Trumbo only 1 career plate appearance against Chapman, and Chapman walked him.
You could really see the hips opening of Trumbo there. That fastball away. He just did get some part of the bat to the baseball.
Slider down around his back foot. 2 balls and a strike on Mark Trumbo.
That's the thing about guessing fastball. You can't really tell whether it's up, down, in, or out when it's 101 miles an hour. You're guessing, you're hoping it's close, and you take a swing like that. Chopping wood.
Well, he got the bat to the ball that time at 102 up and out of the strike zone. So it remains 2 balls and 2 strikes on Trumbo. It is a 1-1 game. You know, you and I have talked about this before. The rare times when home runs are hit against Aroldis Chapman are fastballs that are down in the zone, where the bat has the shortest amount of space to travel. Pitches up in a strike zone are rarely touched. And that's an out. Mesoraco able to hang on to that one. That's 2 in a row that have been fouled into his mitt for strike 3.
Now, folks, that was a 92-mile-an-hour changeup. Wow. Either a changeup or a backup slider, but either way, that ball went away from Trumbo. Wonder how happy Montero is right now.
Well, he'll be in there hacking. Because again, like that is the one thing about many of these Diamondback hitters, especially when they have their entire lineup on the field. We talked about how many guys are out with injury, like the Reds. They will swing the bat. His ball went away to Miguel Montero.
John Krug liked to say, bailing and wailing.
One and one to Montero.
I don't know how you can argue whether a ball is a strike or not when it's this close and it's 101. Do you really think that's down?
Big swing and a miss at 102. So now Chapman, after fanning Goldschmidt to begin the inning, Trumbo after him. Now ahead of Montero at 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Go in the heater, Ricky.
Every fastball that Chapman has thrown tonight has been in excess of 100 miles an hour, 101 plus on every fastball he has thrown tonight. His 20th pitch in the inning. Reds will have Bruce, Frazier, and Mesoraco in the bottom of the inning. We're tied at 1 in the top of the 9th. And now the 1-2 pitch. Chapman has fanned 20 batters in his last 8 innings of work. All right. Does this trio have it in them? We're about to find out, Cowboy. Can you say yes, sir?
Yes, sir.
Live. They'll bring you the latest news and highlights from a full day of Major League Baseball, the NBA, and the NHL. Watch Fox Sports Live nightly on Fox Sports 1, streaming live on Fox Sports Go. Doesn't matter what the season is, they'll have you dialed in, including football right around the corner. Cowboy, you're a big football guy.
Yes, I am.
All right. Ziegler still on the mound for the Arizona Diamondbacks. He allowed a leadoff single to Negron in the 8th inning. The Reds elected to bunt him over, which they did successfully, but they could not get him in. And now the struggling Jay Bruce, the batter. Oh, if there was ever a time to get that proverbial monkey, which has turned into a gorilla, off your back, now would be the time to do it. Swinging from the downs there on a pitch low and away. 1-1 to Jay Bruce. Bruce over 2, struck out twice. He walked back in the 3rd inning on 4 pitches.
Well, if you're Jay, you have to know everything is going to be moving away from you. They're not going to give you a ball inside. I imagine he'll see that changeup again after that swing.
Boy,
that was it.
3rd strikeout of the night for Bruce.
Tell you, the frustration mounts even for the most under control individuals, and Jay Bruce is under control 99% of the time, but that frustration, it'll get to you when things are going like they are right now, especially when your team's losing. I think that's more frustrating for Jay than the individual issue.
And Jay talks about that all the time. Even when he has a big night, he talks about the team winning a game.
I think that is the most important to Jay, is winning the ball game.
Yep. That one grounded foul.
Jay has never been one of those guys that if he went 4 for 4 and the team lost, he was happy. If he went 0 for 4 with 4 strikeouts and they won, he's a happy camper. Yep. He wants to win the game. That's the toughest part about playing this game, is it will eat you from the inside out.
High fly ball down the right field line and unable to get it. Here's Peralta. That ball out. Did that little girl make that catch? I got to see that again. This might be one of the plays of the year. I think she caught it
with her glove. Check her out.
Holy Moses. Take a look at this. Now Kirk Gibson's is going to claim fan interference here. He ought to just give her a Diamondbacks jersey and move on.
Ziegler, as any pitcher, he wants the reach over call, but I'm not sure that the right fielder Peralta was in a position to catch the ball anyway.
I think the umpire just said, Kirk, did you see the girl just catch that ball? You're not really going to ask me to take a look at that. And the third base umpire now is coming over. That's the crew chief, Tom Hallion.
And I think what Kirk Gibson has asked is for a crew chief review or an umpire review rather than a challenge, because if it was a direct challenge, they'd be headed over to the third base dugout.
And they're on their way, or at least they want to make sure what Gibson what to do here.
And Gibson wants to challenge it. If they're not going to challenge it themselves, which they were not,
Boundaries are reviewable plays. Ground rule doubles, fan interference calls, stadium boundaries where there's a skywalk, a fielder going into the stands, all are reviewable plays. And Kirk Gibson apparently has challenged this call.
But fan interference has to be under normal circumstances that the outfielder or player in question would have had an opportunity to catch the ball. You could see Peralta really break down as he got towards the first baseline. He never really raised his glove in order to catch the baseball. I don't know that they're going to win this one.
Well, Diamondbacks are already not all that crazy about replay after that catcher's collision call, or the catcher blocking the plate call, more appropriately, in their loss yesterday against the Philadelphia Phillies.
Well, I think they had a pretty good argument on that one. Ryan Howard was out about 20 feet. But what have you got to lose? I mean, it's the 9th inning.
Absolutely. You have nothing to lose. So they'll either confirm it, the call will stand, or they will overturn it. Those are the three options.
And you've got the Reds' leading home run hitter at the plate. If you can get him out on a technicality, so be it.
That's right where she caught the ball. You can see the glove extending out just to the right of the 325 side.
Now, was she over the rail? Yes.
Yes, she was.
But was Peralta in a position to catch the baseball at the time? I don't think so.
Well, let's see what they have to say. Here is the verdict. Or we think here comes the verdict. And the call is, well, we'll wait for the official word, but the Reds have won the challenge. The call stands. It's a foul ball. And now they'll applaud that young lady down the right field line, as they should. They're standing and cheering for her down there. Look at that smile.
Not only did she make the play, but it was a backhand play as well.
Well, look at that face. Dad sitting next to her there, just lit up. Not a girl. Yep, that's right. Now you got to tell all your buddies.
Now your phone's blowing up. We saw you on TV make that spectacular catch.
All right, now to 2-2 on Frazier. And another ground ball. 1 out. We are in the bottom of the 9th inning. A 1-1 game. The Reds have 1 hit since they had 3 of them back in the 2nd inning. That was a single by Negron to lead off the 8th. Here's a 2-2 delivery. 2 away in the inning.
Changeup. Starts it in the same spot as the changeup, and it takes a left turn. And Frazier runs out of bat.
3rd strikeout for Ziegler after Anderson punched out 8. 11 Reds have struck out in the game here tonight. 0-1 to Devin Mesoraco. He's homered, walked, and struck out swinging. He was the final strikeout for Chase Anderson. Tampa Bay has taken a 2-1 lead in the bottom of the 8th inning over Milwaukee. Here it's 1-1 Reds and Diamondbacks. And it's 2-0 on Devin Mesoraco.
For a sinker ball pitcher, when you're at the plate, if it's low, let it go. If it's high, let the bat fly.
It was low. He let it go.
And yes, 3-0. If he's got a pitch to hit, by all means, swing hard, finish high.
Three and 1 to Mesoraco. That was a count he homered on in the 2nd inning. And gets a changeup looking for the fastball here. Well, we have seen a couple of guys with some serious changeups in this game tonight. And Anderson and now Ziegler. Straight up in the air, the Reds will go without a ball leaving the infield in the bottom of the 9th inning. 1-1, we go to the 10th. Jack Link's beef jerky all season long. Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side. Well, a 1-1 ball game as we're set for the top of the 10th inning. But Diamondbacks have been lights out in extra inning games this year. They've won 7 out of 9. The Reds have 3 wins in 8 tries. Chapman, a perfect inning, struck out the side following 8 strong frames tonight from Homer Bailey, which he allowed the 1 run. And now we get a look at right-hander Jonathan Broxton.
A little different at home in this situation with no save on the line. It works a little backwards. Chapman first, then Broxton.
And a fastball to Martin Prados off the inside corner, ball 1. Broxton ready, and now the pitch to Prado misses low and away. 2 balls and no strikes. Here's a 2-0, and it's in there, strike. D.D. Gregorius waits on deck. 2-1 on Prado. Broxton has fallen behind 3-1. Reds pitchers have walked just 1 batter tonight. That was Montero leading off the 7th inning. They moved him to second base. And then Gregorius singled, putting runners on the corners with only one out. Well, then Bailey got Ahmed into a double play to end the inning. Catch by Billy Hamilton. One out. And how about that catch a moment ago by that young lady down the right field line, Jim Day?
Yes, I would like to introduce you to Kaylee Greer. She is 14 years of age, and they're actually giving her a foul ball certificate as we speak. Kaylee, you play a little ball, I take it.
Yeah.
Softball? Mm-hmm. All right, what was it like making that catch? It was a backhander. That was not an easy catch.
It was awesome.
How about when they were challenging the call? Were you like, oh, man?
Yeah, I was scared.
But how about the standing ovation afterwards?
It was cool.
Now, Dad, we got Sam Greer here. Dad, you were just beaming with proudness.
Oh, yeah. Super excited. I was a little worried, though, on the challenge.
You guys are from Commercial Point, Ohio. You've been Reds fans for your whole life, I imagine?
Yeah.
How about you?
Yeah.
I saw your phone was probably blowing up. Were people telling you guys were on TV?
Yeah, they were.
All right, Kaylee, it might be one of the catches of the year, and you might have a future with you. Way to go to bring the glove.
Thanks.
What position, Jim Day, does she play in softball?
What position do you play in softball?
Second base.
Second base. How about that?
She's like Brandon.
Like Brandon Phillips.
Yeah.
She'll take that. No question about it.
Very, very nice. Well, congratulations.
Congratulations from everyone. Great catch. Tom.
Very, very nice.
I think Kaylee was a little nervous.
Well, I mean, come on. You know, I mean,
gotta be
nervous. All of a sudden, all that attention she's had on her in the last 10 or 15 minutes here. Wow. Does she have another gift now, Jim Day?
She does. They actually just did. Can I show that, Kaylee? They just delivered a baseball signed by Todd Frazier.
How about that?
On the spot.
That's cool.
How about that?
That's
taking care of their own.
That's the Reds all the way.
That's the Cincinnati Reds
and
right
I don't
there.
say it because we work for them. That's
Absolutely.
the Reds right there. And being right here in the heartland of America. I mean, they get a player to sign a baseball, and that young lady is given the baseball. We are not even a half inning away since she made that catch. How about that? Congratulations to her, most importantly, and congratulations to the Reds.
Well, it's just how this organization is run, and as you said, it's not because we work here. I've worked for many, and they do it right here in Cincinnati.
All right, 2 down in the inning now, and here comes Ahmed, who bounced into that double play. That's the single biggest at bat of the night. You know, outside of obviously the at bats that drove in a single run for each team in this game, but Arizona had them on the corners with 1 out in the 7th inning. Straight up in the air, down the left field line, and Heisey with room. Boy, that's an area of the ballpark that scares you down there. Heisey will lead off the 10th after a 1-2-3 top of the inning from the big man Broxton. Reds game on Thursday night. Reds going to be down in Miami, and they'll have a chance to meet Fox Sports Ohio girl Christine. Try your luck at the home run challenge. Have a chance to win some great prizes. It's all Thursday, this Thursday at 7 o'clock at the Pirates Den in Cincinnati. All right. Bottom of the 10th inning. But before we get there, let's tell you about the matchup in Game 2 of this series tomorrow night. Trevor Cahill it looks a little odd. Cahill has pitched some games out of the bullpen, primarily out of the bullpen this year, has a 1-7 record. ERA of up near 6. And Mike Lee gets 7-9, start number 22. And Evan Marshall, who's having a pretty decent year, comes on to pitch. Obviously, Marshall, those 10 walks are certainly something that catches your eye in so few number of innings. Heisey to lead it off.
Kansas State University, a 4th-round pick back in 2011.
Can the Reds come away with a win here in the bottom of the 10th inning? Fastball runs in at 95 miles per hour. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Not only throwing hard, but some significant movement in on the righties as well.
Marshall is having a solid rookie year. He has dominated right-handed batters of late. Over his last 10 games, right-handed hitters in 14 at bats only have 3 hits against him. You can understand why with that movement and that velocity.
You don't know much about him if you're Chris Heisey. You look middle in, see if you can get the bat head to it.
2-1. He had a good rip at that one, but fouled it back to the screen. Heisey in the game 0 for 3. The Reds have 4 hits. 1 by Mesoraco in the 2nd inning. Pena had a double in the 2nd inning. Negron had a single in the 2nd inning when Pena was thrown out at the plate. In the 8 other innings they have played, they have 1 hit, and now they have struck out 12 times.
Fastball started on the outside corner, runs right back to the inside corner. That movement, especially at 95, that's a tough one.
Well, now the count starts to Pena clean, and it's down low, ball 1. Pena doubled down the right field line in the 2nd inning. He hit a ball down the line that the right fielder Peralta made a diving play on that turned into a double play, getting Mesoraco at first base, and then he bounced to second his last time up. 2-0.
Jumbo Diaz throwing down in the Reds bullpen now.
And that one back up the middle as they had Gregorius playing in shallow right field, swung way around, but they did not shift the shortstop. So the 2nd hit of the game for Brian Pena.
Take what you are given. Sinking fastball down and away. Barreled it up.
I'll tell you, here's a young man tonight that for my money, I don't know if you'd agree, Cowboy, but you know, Pena 2 hits. This guy has some of the best swings of the night. The only out that he made is when he tried to bunt his way on. When he has swung the bat, he has 2 hits tonight. Single to center, single to right.
Make the most of your opportunities.
Behind strike 1. Negron had 2 hits all year long in just 12 at bats coming into the game. Both of those, as we mentioned earlier, were opposite field home runs. Well, tonight he's added 2 more, a pair of singles. And that right side is wide open. That's where he hit it the last time. And now Negron behind it, nothing in 2. I mean, there are wide open holes all over the infield. Obviously, you can't guide the ball where you want to, or you'd be going to the Hall of Fame in a couple of weeks. But they have the third baseman guarding the line at third. Goldschmidt holding the runner at first. So big wide gaps in that Arizona infield. Started 2 and laid off. It's over in Tampa Bay. The Rays come back to beat the Milwaukee Brewers 2-1. I know that Brewer team looked mighty good when we saw them a couple of weeks ago, but my, oh my, when they have hit their slumps, they have been so fortunate that teams in the division behind them have slumped at the same time, and maybe that's a premonition for their year. Maybe it's just their year.
Well, they played very well against the Reds for the first time this year when the Reds were in Milwaukee. But they are still on a extended rough trip.
And Negron out there on strike. I don't know what is going on around the ballpark here tonight, but everybody's holding up like their phones. And look at all that going on.
Looks like Christmas tree lights. The only problem with that, our team's batting. You want to hold up all those flashes when their team's hitting.
Well, the Reds have now struck out 13 times in the game tonight. 2 rookies and a veteran setup guy. Donald Lutz announces a pinch hitter for Zach Kozar.
I think Mike Harkey going out to the mound just to reinforce the scouting report as to how they want to go about Lutz. Lutz has the power to all fields to hit the ball out of the ballpark and win this thing for the Reds with one swing of the bat.
Harkey, a former #1 pick of the Chicago Cubs, had a lot of injuries in his major league career. He's got a son that plays in the NFL. Was a standout at UCLA. All right, Lutz about it. Of course, Pena does not run well, and he's over there at first base. And Lutz waiting. They set up away from him. And then missed down and in. But he missed swinging at it. 10 hits. The 2 teams have combined for in nearly 10 full innings. Jumbo's ready. We've seen trot in celebrating a win.
2 sinking fastballs from Marshall to the pinch hitter Lutz. Both have been down below the knees and both at 94 miles an hour.
And that's all for the Reds. Beef jerky all season long. Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side. There's nothing wild about this one.
Well, I'm going to be feeding my wild side here shortly if we keep playing. Because my stomach's about to get wild with hunger.
Well, the big man, and the Reds have plenty of big fellas down on that pitching staff. But this guy has a nickname, Jumbo.
You know, Tom, he's thrown the ball very well since the initial ball game against the Brewers, and not just from a result standpoint, but just his being comfortable on the mound. Not only being able to throw the breaking ball for a strike when he's behind in the count, he's used a split finger every once in a while, but he's not trying to overthrow the fastball like what we saw in that first ball game. He's under control mechanically, and the ball's still coming out 98, 99 miles an hour.
That's all for Marshall. He gives him one solid inning, allows a hit, strikes out the side. And Jumbo to face a pinch hitter, a regular player for the Diamondbacks, Gerardo Parra. Normally a starting outfielder them, and first pitch swinging, a liner right at the shortstop, and that's all for Parra.
It's amazing. Santiago comes into the ball game, the ball finds him immediately.
Santiago will bat in the number 9 spot, so he's due to lead off the bottom of this 11th inning. The Diamondbacks last had a hit. D.D. Gregorius had single where they decided not to wave the runner in from second base, Miguel Montero. That was in the 7th inning. We have played 10 innings, and the Reds have a hit in 3 of them. The Diamondbacks have a hit in 4 of them. And the only inning in which each team scored, they had more than 1 hit. That's it. And you go back to that play where the Reds third base coach Steve Smith made a decision to send the runner Brian Pena, who is at second base on a single to center by Negron. And Pena was thrown out by 20 feet at the plate. Now you don't know if they would have scored that run with a runner at third and fewer than 2 men out. We'll never know that. They've done plenty of times this year where they haven't.
Well, the Reds had a golden opportunity after the leadoff single by Chris Negron off Brad Ziegler to begin the 8th inning. They bunted him over. He's standing at second base, and the Reds not only couldn't move him around, didn't move him at all.
2-1 on Inciarte, who's 0 for 4 in the game. You know, you look at these two teams tonight, the first 3 hitters in the lineup for each team, they are a combined 1 for 23 with 10 strikeouts and 1 walk. The only hit was by Paul Goldschmidt, a single in the first inning
with 2 outs.
And that's for both teams.
Gotta have those table setters.
There's a big pitch right here. Inciarte, 3-1 to count. And beat him with a fastball at 97 from Jumbo.
The Reds have done a good job making the 1 and 2 spots in the order swing the bat ahead of Goldschmidt. That's what you got to do here.
Did he go? Foul tipped. It hit his bat, went in the mid.
Tried to check his swing, could not. Reds catch a break right there.
Yeah, they sure do. That should have been ball 4. now Peralta 0 for 4 in the game. All 4 times has grounded out to the right side of the infield. 3 times he pulled the ball at Brian Pena. And 2 of the 4 times has hit the ball right on the nose. Big hack foul back to the screen there. Told you the Brewers have lost. Pirates and Giants will be getting underway in about 10 minutes from now out in San Francisco. Nationals just left town. They're beating up on the Marlins 6-3. 0-1 to count on Peralta. 0-2. Took a little off that time, the big man did.
Good split-fingered fastball down in the zone. Peralta trying to cheat to get to that hard heater and just swings right over the top of it.
Hey, Jumbo's been impressive now.
He really has.
He's going to try to put him away here. 0-2.
Yeah, the thing that you try to impress upon rookie pitchers, and even though he's 30 years old, he's still a rookie. Make pitches, pitch after pitch, regardless of the situation.
All right, 2-2 now on Peralta. You got to come after him. We know who's waiting in the on-deck circle. That's the best hitter on this Arizona team and one of the best hitters in all the baseball in Goldschmidt. And a 2-2 on David Peralta. We'll do it again.
Peralta really cheating for that fastball there. Just happened to be up and away. Not a pitch you can hook when it's 98.
Two and two on David Peralta. And now full count.
Make him swing it.
And a high bouncer. Negron will come to get it. How about the big man? Jumbo! Take a look at a game summary. Seemingly years ago, Devin Mesoraco clubbed a home run leading off the Reds' second inning. That is their only run of this game. In the same inning, they ground single to center, and the Reds sent Pena to the plate. He was out. Mark Trumbo doubled in the Arizona fourth and scored on a single by Miguel Montero. And then Homer Bailey getting a huge double play with runners on the corners and one out in the seventh inning. Bailey, 8 outstanding innings here tonight. 5 hits and 1 run. We are in the bottom of the 11th inning. And the Diamondbacks go back to their bullpen. Delgado, who we've seen in the past as a starting pitcher, delivers ball 1 to Ramon Santiago.
Made a couple of starts early in the year. His last 29 appearances. Well, they've been out of the bullpen.
And when you have an ERA of almost 5, that's the reason why you're pitching out of the bullpen.
And part of it, Tom, is command.
Now, he's been a little better lately. He's not allowed to run in 7 of his last 8 relief outings. 2-0 pitch, and it's ball 3.
This is what gets Delgado in trouble. That adrenaline, that heart starts pumping, starts flying open with that front shoulder, and the ball's going everywhere.
Right, I'm going to ask you, Cowboy, because I'm going to get ahead of myself here. I'm going to predict that Delgado is not going to be able to throw a strike before he makes it ball 4, somewhere in this at bat. And that didn't take long. All right, now, here's a debate you and I got into off the air a little bit earlier. In this situation, when you have basically an entire team in a slump, are you going to give away an out here with Billy Hamilton? Now, the old baseball book, and we all know it's out there, and it screams for you to bunt the runner to second base here in the 11th inning in a tie game. But when you've got guys like Bruce swinging the bat the way he is right now, are you giving up an out to have him win the game?
I don't know that you have to do that with Hamilton, because the chances of him hitting into a double play are very slim.
Okay, but you know what I'm saying here. Now he went down to bunt right there, but I'm just saying, all things being equal, are you going to ask him to bunt to give himself up for one of your 3 outs in this inning?
I think that's exactly what the Reds are doing. Now, Hamilton's trying to bunt this ball towards the first baseman Goldschmidt, and if he does and gets it on the ground decently, he's got a chance for an infield hit.
All right. Well, strike 1. He's already shortening up the bunt.
That hit Billy in the face. Bunted straight down in the ground, came right back up and caught him on the lip or the nose somewhere.
Yeah, right up on the forehead, knocked the helmet right off his head. Well, you got to believe, or at least one would assume, with all the talk about Billy Hamilton and his bunting prowess, bunting to the first base side has not been his strong suit this year. I'd be stunned if they have it. Well, I guess he's bunting with 2 strikes, and he gets a bunt down, and they get the out. So they have the winning run in scoring position as Hamilton takes care of advancing the running. Nice job with 2 strikes here by Hamilton. So now the question is, do you have a hitter behind him that can now win this game?
Some way, somehow, you got to figure out how to get it done. And these are the kinds of hits that can totally turn your season around individually. You get a game winner, it can get your confidence going and get you headed back in the right direction.
They're going to intentionally walk Jay Bruce. to try and set up, of course, a double play.
And the key here, Tom, is if you walk Bruce, your manager, Kirk Gibson, you put runners at first and second. Now you've got a guy on the mound that his control is a little bit suspect at times, as we've already seen here tonight. You get in a position with Todd Frazier where you're not able to get ahead in the count. You end up walking Frazier and the bases are loaded. You've got a chance to walk in a run.
So now the batter, Todd Frazier. He, like Bruce, has struck out 3 times in the game. Todd is 0 for 4 overall. He grounded out to short his very first at bat tonight. And now a chance to be the hero. In the bottom of the 11th inning, it is a 1-1 game.
And a hero is what the Reds need.
And Frazier nowhere near that pitch in the dirt. That's a nice play right there by Miguel Montero, smothering that pitch in the dirt and keeping Santiago out at second base.
You see where that ball landed. A good foot in front of home plate. Same as the previous pitch.
And he actually blocked that in an area where he had no protection up under his armpit, it looked like. 1-1 to Frazier. Nearly 31,000 on hand on this Monday night in downtown Cincinnati. Reds and the Diamondbacks tied at 1. Ran that fastball to 93 and Delgado fell down. Middle infielder's going to come in and see if he's all right.
Like his front foot slipped out from underneath him as he delivered that one to the plate.
Well, Delgado says he's okay. He's going to stay in there and do a little work on the front of that mound. Boy, out where he's doing that, it gives you an idea about how long his stride is, where that front foot comes down for Delgado.
Frazier's going to see another breaking ball here.
Winning run at second base. 1 out in the 11th. And that is a fastball right down Broadway.
Frazier was thinking along the lines that I was thinking, and he got one right in the heart of the dish.
"15 times the Reds have struck out in this game tonight.
That's the 4th time for Frazier here tonight.
And Mesoraco knocked in their only one. Why not get them both?
Thinking too much at the plate.
We're in the bottom of the 11th inning, a 1-1 game. Santiago carries a winning run at second base. And they come inside again to Mesoraco, and it's 2 balls and no strikes. Devin, since a home run, has drawn a walk. He has struck out swinging and popped up to the shortstop. And you see good numbers for Mesoraco on the year with runners in scoring position and trying to add to those numbers right here and right now and get a win for his team in the 11th inning, which will not happen on the pop-up. Unless they're going to drop it. You give up outs to ask guys to hit behind them, and they're not there. 1-1, we go to the 12th. Is a red strand 2. They got a walk. They put down a sacrifice. They got another walk. But then a strikeout and a pop-up ends the inning. Reds have played a pile of these. You know, and really that 1-run game record can. There are some years for some teams it means everything. There are other years it doesn't mean anything, meaning your win-loss record in those games. If you're a team that just bludgeons people with a big offense, your record in 1-run games is meaningless.
Right.
I mean, you look at the Marlins. I mean, there are a few games under 500. They're the best 1-run record team in baseball. Now, the Pirates are on that list, as Paul Goldschmidt leads off the top of the 12th inning and pops it up. That's 1 pitch and 1 out for Jumbo.
Thank you very much.
Indeed. Jumbo versus Trumbo. And people at home are calling me Dumbo for coming up with that.
I liked it.
Well, it was Joel's line. I'll give it to him.
Joel's smart.
Especially if it's tired. I'll always give it to him. That went off the end of the bat into right field. And for the Diamondbacks, their first hit since the 7th inning. That ends a string of 14 consecutive batters retired by Reds pitching. Bailey through the 8th. Chapman in the 9th. Broxton in the 10th. Jumbo in the 11th. So now Montero, a dangerous hitter. 1 for 3 in a game, has also drawn a walk. He has the only run batted in for the Diamondbacks tonight, when he hit that line drive off the wall in right field and went for a single, plating Trumbo. Brewers have already lost tonight by a final count of 2-1 down at Tampa Bay. Boy, the Rays are wondering when they can take up residence inside the National League Central Division. They have worn out the NL Central. They just swept the Cardinals 2 in a row. They beat the Reds 2 out of 3. They've now beaten Milwaukee in the first game of that series. Now, they did not play well against the Cubs or the Pirates. 1-0 the count on Miguel Montero.
If they could move their longitude west just a little bit, they may qualify for the Central.
I understand they only had a little more than 11,000 fans down at that game tonight in St. Pete. 2-0 pitch.
That is a bad ballpark. It's like watching baseball in a Campbell soup can.
Of course, they built a brand new ballpark in Miami, and they're not drawing anybody either.
Yeah, but they messed that up themselves.
3-0 to count on Montero. And a broken bat on a 3-0 pitch for the second out of the inning. I got to tell you, now the one earlier you and I weren't surprised by, but we've seen two of them tonight I am surprised by.
Peralta and Montero.
Yes.
Especially at this point in the ball game, you've got one pitch and a chance to move the guy to second base. It's not smart baseball.
But the Reds will gladly take it. 2 away in the inning, and now Martin Prado, who's 0 for 4 in the game. Swing and a miss. 1 ball and 1 strike. We have, 22 players with an at-bat in this game tonight. And of the 22 players, only 7 of the 22 have base hits. Mesoraco, Pena, Negron for the Reds. 1-1 delivery. Slider, that's a beauty there on the outside corner.
That's been the big key for Jumbo there.
Diamondbacks have hits from 4 players: Gregorius, Montero, Trumbo, Goldschmidt. And now the 1-2 on Prado. Overthrew a fastball a little bit there, 99 miles per hour. And now 2-2 on Prado, who has 5 home runs and 42 runs batted in. We are in the 12th inning.
You want to make it happen right here if you're Jumbo Diaz. You don't want to give Trumbo a head start on a 3-2 2-out count. Delivery to Prado. Fly ball right field. Bruce is there. Reds will bat in the bottom of the 12th. Still tied at 1.
people that have stayed around. We had almost 31,000 here tonight. And many of them are still here. A few of them hit the road, probably up and at 'em for work tomorrow or whatever else might be going on early in the morning. Look at that little guy. He's still fired up, isn't he?
He is wired up. Daddy, can I get some more of that cotton candy?
Hey, look at that. Looks like are they from Zanesville, Ohio? Looks like that's the Zanesville Blue Devils. Chris Heisey leads things off against Delgado. First pitch, Hacken flails through it. Strike one.
This is where you really have to fight the urge to try to swing for the fence for one swing of the bat and a home run. Stay within yourself. Take your normal swing path. If you connect it, you got it anyway. Sam LeCure now throwing down in the Reds bullpen.
1-2 on Heisey. And that misses down and in. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Starting to get to the middle of each bullpen. Who will blink first?
2-2. And it's popped up into on the first base line. 1 out in the inning. Ryan Pena takes outside, ball 1. Pena 2 hits and 4 at bats. Pena and Negron the only players for the Reds with 2 hits. Trumbo the only Arizona player with 2 hits. 2 balls and no strikes.
You can see where Montero's setting up, trying to stay down and away from Pena, not giving him anything from a target standpoint that would allow him to pull the ball and try to hit it out of the ballpark.
That ball line into right field. It's out number 2.
Got a hit through the right side off of Ziegler to start the 8th. He's hit the ball well to the right side. His first big league homer was out of right center. And I guarantee you that's where Delgado wants to stay, is down and away. They play into Negron's favor here.
hit it the other way, and this will be a 1-2-3 12th inning. Inning number 13 right around the corner. We're tied at 1. Innings. Diamondbacks have 6 hits. They've only left 5 men on base. Reds have 5 hits. They've left 6 on. An excellent job tonight by the Reds bullpen. Chapman a perfect inning, struck out 3. Broxton a perfect inning. Jumbo goes 2 innings, allows 1 hit and no runs. And now taking over on the mound is right-hander Sam LeCure.
Now things start to get a little interesting. No longer the 8th and 9th inning guys. You're starting to get into the middle of your bullpen for both clubs, for that matter.
Of course, they're sitting on their closer over there on the other side, and Addison Reed. And D.D. Gregorius will lead things off for the Diamondbacks in the 13th inning. He has 1 hit in 4 at-bats. I mean, virtually every other game, needless to say, that started about the same time we did, long over. Mets beat the Phillies 7-1. Games that started a couple hours after us are almost over. They're in the bottom of the 8th inning at Wrigley Field, where the Cubs lead the Rockies 2-1. And the Astros are beating up on the A's 7-3. The Pirates have scored 4 runs, and they're still batting against the Giants in the first inning. Well, what is happening to the Giants? One and 2 on Gregorius. We told you the Brewers lost to Tampa Bay 2-1. Miami, an unbelievable rally in the last 2 innings to beat an outstanding Nationals bullpen. 7-6 a final for the Marlins. And earlier today, Atlanta shut out San Diego 2-0. 1 and 2 to Gregorius. And a little flare, and it'll fall in, a base hit. Off the end of the bat, he just jumped it into short left center. And the Diamondbacks have the leadoff man aboard.
Didn't hit it hard at all. That's one of those plays where when Cozart is out there, you think, well, that's in the bag. It's a lot harder than it looks. But Cozart and Phillips make it look awfully easy. All righty, here is
Ahmed, and he squares around a bunt, pulls the bat away for a strike. Alfredo Marte stands in the on-deck circle. That is a pitcher spot. Delgado due up next. Reds have already used Lutz, Schumacher, and Santiago off their bench. The Diamondbacks have used Parra and Pacheco. So each team has, well, the Reds have 2 players left, and the Giants have, or the Diamondbacks have 3. And that one bunted foul. 0-2 on Ahmed.
Well, if you're Nick Ahmed here, all you got to do is get the ball down. With the speed of Gregorius at first base, you don't have to make a perfect bunt. You just have to get the ball down. He took a strike, and that was a terrible attempt at a bunt there. When you're performing a sacrifice bunt, you should not be running out of the batter's box while you're trying to bunt.
And then he takes strike 3. Well, you're trying to win a spot and play regularly in the big leagues.
That ain't going to get it.
That's the kind of at bat that will get you deep into a manager's doghouse, whether they want to admit it or not.
Jeff Pico going to the mound to re-emphasize exactly how they want to go after Marte. Marte, not a guy that the Reds have seen a whole lot of.
Alfredo Marte, 25 years old, signed by the Diamondbacks out of the Dominican Republic. He played in 22 games with a big league club last year. This guy's had some very good minor league seasons.
He's up there to swing. He has not had a walk this year. Coming off the bench, if it's close, he's hacking.
We're in the 13th inning of a 1-1 game. Gregorius has 2 stolen bases. He's not been thrown out. Strike 1 on Alfredo Marte.
Chris Negron playing very close to the second base bag at double play depth. And with Pena holding on Gregorius, there is a massive hole on the right side of the infield.
0-1 on Marte. And that one swung on and dropped foul out of play third base side, and it's no balls and 2 strikes. Gregorius a go-ahead run over at first with 1 out here in the 13th inning. Reds will have a pinch hitter for the pitcher in the bottom of the inning, followed by Santiago and then Billy Hamilton. We're trying to get it to the 13th in a 1-1 game, and a swing and a miss. And that's all for Marte. Back-to-back strikeouts by LeCure. 2 outs in the inning after the leadoff single.
Mesoraco was fortunate to be able to glove that ball. It one hopped at the plate and looked like he got his feet crossed underneath him as Didi Gregorius made a false break towards second base.
So now Ender Inciarte 0 for 5 in the game. Has struck out twice, rounded out, flied out, and popped up. One run, 7 hits for Arizona. 5 men left on base through 12 innings. The Reds have a run on only 5 base hits in 12 innings. 6 runners left on base. 3 in the last 3 innings.
That false break with the 2-strike pitch. It's the only time we've seen Gregorius even get any type of aggressive move towards second. And we know this kid has great speed. He was in the Reds organization for goodness sakes.
Breaking ball missed away. Ball 1 on Inciarte, who has 1 home run, 9 runs batted in, 7 doubles.
Came into the ball game hitting right-handed pitching pretty well at a 339 clip, but he's 0 for 5 here tonight.
In there, a strike. Takes off, throw by Mesoraco, and did they get it? They got it.
That is a great throw, great reaction, Mesoraco.
And Santiago able to hang on to that baseball out there. It's short, applying the tag. So that's away. The top of the 13th ends. Can you get a little momentum and try and win it in the bottom of the inning? Mesoraco's throw right on the button. Santiago hangs on. Inning. The Reds and the Arizona Diamondbacks are tied at 1. And hello to you ladies. Hope you guys are having fun at the ball game. They're in here with him.
Yes, they are.
And we'll see what happens. As the Reds now see a left-handed. Been around a long time, man. This guy's career's had more twists and turns than really just about any active pitcher in the game today. I mean, success, failure, ugly failure.
He has
rebound.
Started. He's closed. He's mopped up. He's set up. He's done it all.
Oliver Perez. And Ryan Ludwig will bat against him.
But you look at his numbers, Tom. This is his 45th appearance. A 2.04 ERA.
This guy has always had good stuff.
No doubt.
Always had electric stuff. Now, he doesn't throw as hard now as he used to, but it was always a matter of whether he could throw the ball over the plate.
He's almost got that John Candelaria type of movement now from the stretch. Turns the back all the way and comes down Laredo. About 3/4 sidearm and slings that baby up there.
I think it's amazing. You forget he came up as a teenager. So Oliver Perez is only 32 years old. I mean, you'd bet he's 38, 39.
You said it earlier. He had electric stuff. He was a starter. Just had a tough time finding the zone early.
One and two on Ryan Ludwig, who bats for Sam LeCure. He works an inning, allows a hit, strikes out a couple of batters. And he's hit by a pitch. Well, it almost looked like Perez threw an extra Candelaria, Louis Tion, Johnny Cueto sort of turn before that pitch. And I mean, he was nowhere near the strike zone.
That would be referred to as trying to get a little bit too cute. But the Reds will take it.
You better believe it, they'll take it. Now, are you going to bunt again?
Sure.
I'm not. There's a bunt that will advance a runner on to second base. So they've done that successfully now 3 times.
Third time's a charm.
Let's hope you're right. I know there are people that are yelling at the TV saying, Brenneman, you're a madman, but sometimes the old adage about desperate times and desperate measures.
I hear you.
But we'll see if Billy Hamilton.
Well, if it's not Billy, it'll be left-handed Oliver Perez against left-handed Jay Bruce.
Tonight is the first time in a game the Reds have had 10 base runners in a game since the All-Star break. There's ball one low to Billy Hamilton, and they were working on a streak, one of the longest in over 100 years. And I'm talking about all teams. The Reds coming into this game had gone 9 straight games where they had had fewer than 10 base runners in a game. The all-time major league record is 13 games. 1-1 on Billy Hamilton. And for the Reds, it was the longest as far as we could find going back at last check to 1912. And it took them 13 innings to get 10 base runners here tonight. But it comes to an end. And now can you get that winning run home in the bottom of the 13th inning?
But you don't have a whole lot of speed at second base, even on a base hit.
Flying away, 2 balls and a strike.
Reds have already had 1 base runner thrown out at the plate. So you know Steve Smith will be awfully careful with Ryan Ludwig, even with a base hit from Billy Hamilton here.
Billy hitless in a game, 0 for 4. Chased that pitch and fouled it back out of play over the screen. 2-2 on Billy Hamilton. It was Hamilton who put down the sacrifice back in the 11th inning after Santiago started that inning with a walk. He successfully put it down, and then they intentionally walked Bruce and retired Frazier and Mesoraco. Now Hamilton's turn. 2-2 pitch, and he's gone swinging. 2 away in the inning.
Up and out of the strike zone. Oliver Perez has been around long enough to know if you're going to chase it up and out on the plate, you're going to keep chasing it up and out off the plate, and that's exactly where he goes there.
That is 16 strikeouts for the Reds in the game tonight. Now Jay Bruce, he was intentionally walked his last time up. He's walked twice, struck out 3 times. They put the big shift on him, even with a winning run at second base. That's how convinced they are Bruce will not hit the ball the other way. And they pitch him away. Now we know Bruce has had great home run success against left-handed pitching in his career. But all the Reds now, they would settle just for a little flair and take their chances to win this game. And a fastball right down Broadway is strike 2. And there's a little roller down to first, and that'll end the inning. So they bunt that runner again to give up the out 3 times tonight. And the runner not once has advanced 90 feet. We're tied at 1. Tonight. And here are the guys that have done the job on the mound, limiting the Diamondbacks to 7 hits. Bailey 8 innings, 5 hits, 1 run. Look at the bullpen. LeCure allowed 1 hit, but you've got Homer, Chapman a perfect inning, Broxton a perfect inning, Jumbo is lights out. LeCure a couple of strikeouts. And now taking over on the mound, is right-hander J.J. Hoover.
You have to match the Diamondbacks bullpen pitch for pitch. And so far, the Diamondbacks bullpen has been just as good as the Reds so far here tonight. Now it'll be up to J.J. Hoover.
And it's the top of the order. You may recall Inciarte was at the plate. And it's taken high, 1-2.
Inciarte really waited on that pitch. Slow breaking ball from Hoover. Kept his hands back pretty well. I don't think I would double up on that one.
And a tapper into the Reds dugout. It remains 1 ball and 2 strikes. And looked like he went around, and he did. That is strike 3.
Starts the breaking ball inside, and Inciarte sees it as a fastball. Tried to check his swing. Nothing doing.
Count on David Peralta. 1 out here in the Arizona 14th inning. Peralta in the game is 0 for 5. We brought up earlier the top 3 hitters on each team in this game tonight. And here we are in the 14th inning. Have combined for 1 hit. And that was a single with 2 outs in the first inning by Arizona first baseman Paul Goldschmidt.
You know what fans are hoping for now? Strikeout for pizza.
Oh, yeah.
You can already hear them chanting pizza.
And that one pulled foul. There it is.
Not about whether you win or lose. It's about whether you go home with pizza.
Goldschmidt. One ball and 1 strike. JJ's fanned the first 2, but this is the main man of this Arizona lineup. Well, they called that first one a ball. Okay, 2-0 now on Goldschmidt. Be careful here. Nowhere near the strike zone. We saw Goldschmidt swing 3-0 earlier. This time he takes 3-0. Threw him a 3-1 breaking ball, and Goldschmidt draws the 2-out walk. So now Trumbo, who really has as much pure power as any hitter in the game today. That's anywhere on any team in either league. And Trumbo has swung the bat well tonight. He has a couple of base hits, and both of them the other way. A double to right center field. And then he scored the only Arizona run that came in the 4th inning on a single by Montero in the 4th inning. And then he singled into right field with 1 out in the 12th. That's a nice play by Mesoraco. He's been solid back behind the plate here tonight. Well, it's great having Johnny Bench up here tonight, wasn't it?
It really was. Especially just talking about, and you brought it up, where he ranks game calling, you know, and ranking it above the offensive production. And to hear a Hall of Fame catcher, who I think is the greatest catcher that ever played the game, to hear him say that, boy, you talk about a teaching mechanism.
1-2 to Trumbo.
Because there are so many young catchers that think, I'm just back here to catch the ball. I'm going to throw down some fingers. Whatever he throws it. But I want to get my hits today.
But you know what? You know what puts it into perspective, though, Cowboy? It's like anything else with, you know, what's the reward? Because there's a foul ball just above our booth. I mean, let's face it. Every player would love to make the Hall of Fame. And the only catchers being rewarded in the Hall of Fame are offensive catchers.
You're right.
Now, day in and day out, we know, you know, the grind and what you want to mean to your team. 1-2. And struck him out. JJ looked very good tonight. All right, Reds will bat in the bottom of the 14th. Part of the order coming up. took me out to the ball game.
Second, seventh inning stretch. Once in the seventh, now here in the 14th.
Yes, indeed.
How do you like me now?
You know, maybe it's something about Marty Brennaman's birthday. Back on July the 28th, 1989, the Reds were playing in Atlanta. 17 innings they played that night. Reds won it 4-2. The third longest game he ever announced. He's had a 19 inning and an 18 inning, but on his birthday, a 17 inning. And here we are in the 14th tonight, 1-1 game. Todd Frazier leads it off. And did he go? They appealed? No. Frazier has struck out 4 straight times since grounding out to the shortstop in the first inning.
Well, the old adage goes down in the dugout, if you got to stay here all night, you might as well win.
1-1 account on Frazier. And he just broke his bat, slamming it down on the edge of the plate.
No, the problem that you're seeing right now with Reds hitters is they're guessing for a pitch that they can try to hit out of the ballpark. You try to guess with the pitcher that's on the mound, more times than not you're going to fail. This is a fastball right there, following breaking balls earlier, and you know Frazier frustrated. That's why he snaps that bat right there at the plate.
Well, that's the way his last at bat ended, on a fastball right down the middle when he was thinking he'd get something different from Delgado. This one he taps over the mound, and Gregorius will throw him out. The Reds have 2 hits since the second inning. They scored their only run in the second inning on a home run by Mesoraco. They had 2 more hits in that inning where a runner was thrown out of the plate. The only 2 hits they have in the game since then are a single by Negron in the 8th and a 1-out single in the 10th inning by Pena. Now Mesoraco. Breaking ball off the inside corner and low. This was leading off the second inning on a 3-1 pitch. Soon as he hit it, he knew it. Long gone. And nearly, well, almost 3 hours and 40 minutes have passed without the Reds scoring again. Diamondbacks got their only run to tie the game in the 4th inning. Reds only have Jack Hanahan left on their bench. The Diamondbacks have their backup catcher and Aaron Hill, although Hill is injured right now. I don't know if he's well enough to even come into this game. You would think not. What's interesting is Santiago is the only player that has come into this game as a pinch hitter that has stayed in this game. Everybody else, it's been one and done. And Mesoraco hooks one into left field, a base hit.
First time tonight that Perez did not do the big turn. He tried to quick pitch Mesoraco, and it works against him. Left it up and out over the plate. That's right where Mesoraco likes it.
Now Heisey. Strike one. Oh, and one to Heisey. Mesoraco about a one-step lead over there at first base. And a ball and a strike on Chris.
Perez has got that kind of move to first base that if you're a couple of steps off and uncomfortable, he'll nail you. A lot of movement.
Icy waiting, 1 ball and 1 strike. Mesoraco over at first base. Against a shift there. Heisey hit the ball right on the nose, but that's where the no doubles defense comes into play, and that ball hit right at Martin Prado, and they cut down the lead runner.
Prado was less than a step off the third baseline, and that's exactly why, Tom. Keep it in between you and the shortstop. If the ball's down the line, you've got a chance to score from first base. How close he is to the line here. Normal positioning, you got a chance for a double there, but instead it's just an out.
2 away for Brian Pena, and he's down a strike. Pena has a couple of hits tonight, a double. That was back in the 2nd inning, and then he was thrown out at home in that inning, and he had a single to center field with 1 out in the 10th. Pena lined out to right his last time up. Strike 2 on the outside corner. Pena not sure about that call.
Backdoor breaking ball. That one looked like it hung outside. Borderline.
And now 0-2 on Pena. Perez to the plate. Heisey runs very well. He's a winning run at first base. 2 away here in the bottom of the 14th inning. And a high fly ball into left field. Trumbo underneath it. Inning over. We're off to the 15th. Diamondbacks and the Reds tied at 1. The Diamondbacks, 1 run, 6 hits, no errors, and 8 left for the Reds. And we have played 14 innings of baseball here tonight. J.J. Hoover set to begin his 2nd inning out of the bullpen. He struck out 2, walked a batter, struck out the final batter, so fan 3. And he'll be facing Montero, Prado, and Gregorius here in the Arizona 15th inning. Montero knocked in the only Diamondback run all the way back in the 4th inning. A single off the right field wall that came with 2 outs after the batter in front of him, Mark Trumbo, doubled with 2 outs off Homer Bailey.
Montero wasn't getting cheated there. Middle end fastball. He was taking a shot at hitting it out of here.
Well, we had a crowd of almost 31,000 here tonight, and we are down to a precious few thousand. 0-2 on Montero. Reds have a chance to gain a game in the standings tonight. I mean, this is a game you need to win.
This is a backbreaker game.
There's no doubt about it. I mean, yesterday there was just a mood. There was something about the ballpark yesterday that was very dark.
Well, when you've had a difficult start to the 2nd half and all of a sudden you're put in this kind of situation deep into a ball game, 14, now 15 innings. You start to see writing on the wall. Either we're going to do it, and our character and our intestinal fortitude is going to carry us over the top, or we're going to fall short. You don't like to put a whole lot on one ball game, but mentally this would be a very difficult game to lose. That's why you got to keep putting zeros on the board if you're J.J. Hoover and this Reds bullpen.
Still 1-2 on Miguel Montero. Hoover, a long look in, still looking, and now Montero says that's all I'm waiting. And now JJ once more looks in, shakes off Mesoraco once, and now here comes a 1-2 delivery. And on the ground to the shortstop Santiago, who throws out Montero here in the top of the 15th inning. Beautiful night here in Cincinnati. Game time couldn't have been more beautiful. Bright sunny skies, cool temperatures, virtually no humidity. And it's actually bordering on cool right now, where for those who were smart enough to maybe bring a light jacket, they're probably the most comfortable folks sitting in the stands right now.
Yeah, but who would think to bring a light jacket in the middle of July at a baseball game?
You're right about that.
Unless you're in San Francisco.
You took the words right out of my mouth. 1-0 on Prado.
Look at this division, Tom. It's still a very winnable division. Even with the lead that Milwaukee has now and what they had earlier, it's been an up and down. There's nobody that has really taken control.
But of course, Cowboy, as we're starting to really creep closer to the trade deadline, there has been so much discussion about what should the Reds do. And without Phillips and Votto for a long time. And I mean, they're talking about, well, Votto, we have no idea. I mean, nobody has given anybody any indication when or if we will see Votto now or not until opening day next year. There is no talk about him whatsoever.
And he had a second PRP injection.
Brandon Phillips, I mean, they say the way he is working to get back is just beyond belief as there's ball 4 to Prado. But even under the best case scenario, the beginning of September is what they're thinking about for Brandon Phillips after the surgery on his thumb.
Right.
So, you know, the Reds are in a very interesting situation. Boy, do they miss that guy right there.
No doubt about it.
Man, do they miss him.
Just his energy, his presence on the field.
God, get a big hit for you. Anyway, you know, you ask yourself, knowing the the budgetary situation that you're in, Pena will take the out next to him, and that's out number 2. Advancing into scoring position is Prado, and there are 2 away in the inning. I mean, you know, we all know the talk, market size, so on and so forth, along with contracts you already tied up in for a long time for a pile of money. You know, and everybody around here is talking about, should the Reds be buyers at the deadline? There's 6 back in 4th place going into play tonight. With a chance to pull within 5. The Brewers have already lost. It's a big at bat right here. Ahmed, the number 8-hole hitter. And there's a line drive that'll break the tie. And the Diamondbacks take a 2-1 lead on a single by the rookie Ahmed, his 2nd hit of the game.
One former Brave gets another former Brave. Fastball up and out over the plate.
Cowboy, you see more Reds games than I do. Correct me if I'm wrong. Is it just me, or does it seem like when Hoover gives up runs, oftentimes they're coming in the 2nd inning of multiple inning outings? Or am I off on that, you think?
Well, I think he's had some ball games where he has not pitched well even from the get-go.
Right.
But I think it all goes back to inconsistency with the breaking ball. When we saw him have that big run of scoreless innings last year, he had one breaking ball and he threw it with consistency, whether it was 0-2 or 3-2. And right now he does not have that. Now, does he have a mid-90s fastball? Yes. But in this league, you can't get by with a mid-90s fastball that's straight and that's your only pitch. It's not going to happen.
Well, what was a breaking ball that was a good one last year? Was that a harder breaking ball?
It was a harder breaking ball, and he wasn't trying to throw the curve and the slider. And when you're in the bullpen and you've got an 8-man bullpen, as the Reds do right now, you're not going to get consistent work unless your name is Jonathan Broxton or Aroldis Chapman. You're trying to throw 2 breaking balls and a changeup. You're going to have one pitch. That's a fastball. And they hit that up here.
Aaron Hill off the bench drives this one into right center field. Hamilton will get it, but damage done. A 1-out walk comes in to score on a single by Ahmed. Reds will bat the bottom of the 15th inning, down a run. against J.J. Hoover. So now Addison Reed will come on to try and nail it down for Oliver Perez. They'll be facing Negron, a pinch hitter Hanahan, and then Ramon Santiago. There's been talk that after acquiring Reed from the White Sox in the offseason, the Diamondbacks might be in a situation where they start unloading anybody and everybody outside of Goldschmidt. And Reed could have some value.
He's had some ups and downs in this closer role. There is no denying this kid's got a great arm with some serious movement on the fastball.
All righty, so Negron to lead it off against Reed. Here it comes. In there, a strike. Perez right now the pitcher of record for Arizona. He gave him 2 innings, allowed a hit a batter, struck out a batter, no run. Well, we talked about the Reds pitching, and now the great Bailey, Chapman, Broxton, Diaz, LaCure throwing the ball tonight. Well, the same old's true for the Diamondbacks. Their starter Chase Anderson went 7 innings, allowed only 3 hits and a run. Ziegler, Marshall, Delgado, Perez in front of Reed here in the 15th inning. 1-2 on Christopher Negron.
And by far the best start of the year for the 26-year-old right-hander Chase Anderson.
Foul ball out of play. It's interesting to note in the history of the Arizona Diamondbacks franchise, it began in 1988. They have played in 12 games of 15 innings or more, and they have never lost any of those games. They are a perfect 12-0 in games going 15 or longer.
That's pretty amazing.
The year they won the World Series, it's when the Diamondbacks were going toe-to-toe in 0-1 with the San Francisco Giants, who had great ball clubs. And one of the biggest wins of that year, and we were in Arizona when they celebrated the anniversary of that win earlier this year in May, was a game against the Giants. The Diamondbacks won 1-0 in 17 innings. And they brought a guy out of the bullpen to pitch for him that night named Miguel Batista, who had been kind of bouncing around for a while. And well, Miguel Batista wound up being the guy that started Game 3 of the World Series for them that year, and it was on that night when they beat the Giants 1-0. He won that night in extra innings. He won the next night in extra innings. So it's not only 2 huge wins for their team, really jump-starting their run to the World Series title. Of course, the guy sitting next toward us, Bob Brenly, it's interesting to note he has never been offered another managerial job since winning a World Series and a division championship the following year. Yet in 2001, when the Diamondbacks went through the NL playoffs, as Negron fouls it out of play, the 3 managers Bob Brenly beat winning the World Series. In the division series, he beat Tony La Russa's Cardinals. In the league championship series, he beat Bobby Cox's Atlanta Braves. And in the World Series, he beat Joe Torre's New York Yankees.
Well, they're on the Hall of Fame.
In one day.
Yeah.
Swing and a miss. Boy, and if it wasn't for bad luck right now for the Reds on offense, they'd have no luck at all. A wild ball hit the backstop and came right back to the catcher.
And Negron took off right away, but you're right, Tom. That ball bounced right back to Miguel Montero. He turned the right way, and the ball came right back to him.
Reds batters in the game tonight have struck out 17 times. And now the batter is Jack Hanahan, just activated off the disabled list prior to the game yesterday. And he made the start in that game at first base. And the 0-1 to Hanahan. In that game yesterday, Hanahan went 0 for 4, flied out to left, struck out, bounced into a fielder's choice, and struck out a second time. And one thing Hanahan has always done, he's always been the kind of batter that will make you throw strikes. His career numbers are, you know, very moderate. But he does make you throw the ball over the plate to get him out. That ball in the air, straight away center field, will be out number 2. And the Reds are down to their final out. The Reds are 1 out away from slipping under 500 for the first time in over a month. The last time they were under 500, they were 36 and 37 on June the 21st. That's when the Toronto Blue Jays were here.
It seems like eons ago.
Sure does. They lost that Friday night game to go 2 games under 500. They beat the Blue Jays on Saturday to get 1 under, and they won the following day to get to 500. They've been over 500, as many as 7 over 500 ever since. To 2-0 to Santiago.
Well, there's no doubt that the Reds pitched well enough to win this ball game tonight. As we've talked about really since the break, there is no offense.
In the 10 games the Reds have played to begin the second half of the season, they have scored a total of 17 runs. That includes the game here tonight, being the 10th game. 3-1 on Santiago. Now you look over the weekend, I mean, their pitching was excellent over the weekend. They gave up 4 on Friday night. They only scored 1. They had to win 1-0 the second game, and you take away an unearned run, they gave up 3 yesterday. And 2 here tonight in 15 innings. 3-1 pitch. And a full count on Santiago, who has walked and put down a sacrifice since he came in the game.
I don't care how good your pitching is, if you're averaging less than 2 runs a game, you're not going to win too many.
Three-2 on Ramon Santiago. And he draws a walk to keep the hopes alive.
Boy, Addison Reed thought he had strike 3 there. And he may have a case.
Fox track says no. Well, we have seen Billy Hamilton run into one time at time. He has 6 home runs on the year. Five of his 6 home runs have come as a left-handed batter. Strike to Billy Hamilton. Reds have a tying run on at first base with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 15th inning. Santiago, a good lead over there. And now the 1-1 to Hamilton. Fouled back out of play. Hamilton hitless in a game tonight. 0 for 5, has struck out twice. He put down a sacrifice way back in the 11th. And now he's got to find a way to put it in play. Tried a breaking ball in the outside corner that time and missed it.
Tried to paralyze him, started off the plate and bring it back. Just didn't quite get all the way back to the plate.
Two and 2 on Billy Hamilton. Time is called as Reed holds that ball for a long time. Under the knees, 3 balls and 2 strikes, and now the runner Santiago will get started on a 3-2 pitch. Here comes a payoff to Billy Hamilton. And the ball game is over. The Reds strike out 18 times in 15 innings. And they fall in the opener of this 3-game series to the Diamondbacks by a final count of 2-1. Another time moment, the game winner. The rookie Nick Ahmed with a 2-out single after Hoover had walked Prado with 1 out in the 15th inning. Perez the winner, Hoover the loser, his 8th loss of this season. And Reed picks up save number 25. Reds Live begins next here on Fox Sports Ohio.